Hello, everybody. What's good? Great to see you. As you might immediately be able to tell, one of the lights didn't turn on again. They never do anymore. It's a nightmare. Thank you so much for the 735 watch streak, Mistress. Still absolutely insane. Absolutely wild. Tape has to go immediately. What has this world come to? Misery. Oh, I'm here. Hi. Sergeant Sunshine with a 235 banger watch streak. Absolutely insane. Hello, Mistress. Hello, Uni. Hello, JCL. Hello, Ripa. Arriba. Thank you for the 30 watch streak, Reaper. Hello, Ichi. Hello, Eustathios. Hello, Tabe. Hello, everybody. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Hello, Sergeant Sunshine, Mistress, everybody. How are you guys doing today? I'm back. Today was dentist day. Oh, today I'm so dead. I slept like 10 hours and I'm dead. My throat's a little dead. My energy levels are dead. I like look wise. I'm dead. I had like an appointment, a teeth appointment that lasted half an hour because they like I do the yearly like free cleaning appointment, so they did like a deep clean of all my teeth and stuff. Oh, that was fun. Actually, I kind of okay, this might seem weird, but when they go with like and like really like to like the flesh of the teeth and stuff, and it kind of hurts, like that's like a really nice feeling. I actually really like I enjoy that. I kind of like getting my teeth cleaned. It's kind of nice. It's kind of cool. Ah! Death. We're back. I hope you guys are doing well. You do too? Is that weird? Maybe? I think most people probably don't like that. Might be like masochism or something. I don't know. We have a... I pulled the trailer up real quick. I don't know who cares about this, but we have a new Overwatch hero that just got... Xion that just got an announcement trailer animation like earlier today. I also like getting clean, and there's zero sound because I muted it.
It won't happen again. I love it.
What the hell? Why does this art style look so weird?
Please.
DSD today? Wait, huh? No. Thursday.
Oh, I love it when they beg.
God damn though.
Boss,
That's like a. I love that they're pure like Omnic apparently.
Tucker.
Like speaking with a voice box, but did like I don't know. Oh wait, this is just supposed to be a Cyberpunk Edge Runners character, isn't it? There, you're okay. 10,000% guarantee. 5 months from now, we're getting a Cyberpunk Edge Runners collaboration specifically for this character as the like other female character there. 100%.
Our intel was right about Talon and the Hashimoto.
Hi, Sojourn.
Copy that. If they both got muscle here, it means the weapons are on board too.
Okay, so Hashimoto and Talon are working together.
No. I'm gonna have to call you back.
This is the leader of the Hashimoto, by the way, that Xion.
I'm not a snitch. Okay, I tell you whatever you want to know.
What is this cinematic? What is this?
thought Overwatch never run from a fight.
You thought right.
Woo!
There's more where that came from.
The lip syncing and stuff looks so weird. Ooh. You can't judge love? Oh, dude. I'm not judging him.
You fight well for human.
How's it going, Zib?
Almost impressed.
Funny. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, every character's got red eyes.
Give it up. The weapons are gone. It's over.
It's so you know that they're evil. Hi, Age, what's good? I wonder how her player model actually looks in-game, though. Damn, getting your ass whooped in your own cinematic? Sierra got whooped too? Yeah, but Sierra only got whooped because Emre and Freya had to solo ult her, which is so bad.
Boss, we did it!
Emre was getting folded hardcore.
Thinking they can just swoop in
And then Freya had to come protect like Pookie.
off the rail. I've got everything I need right here.
Okay, so the new hero is Mauga too.
I don't know, Xian. The boss ain't gonna be happy with just this.
Trust me, Noki. She'll be thrilled. We'll be in touch.
Who's the new hero? This one. The leader of the Hashimoto clan. Xian. Now the curiousness is how is she actually going to look in game? I mean, she's going to be a DPS, like a gunslinger, like Cass apparently, with a very simple kit. At least that's what was foretold, and we'll see. Also, in a process of trying to whitening my teeth over time, I'm now drinking my coffee out of a goddamn straw, which might only last a day till I give this process up. You're so out of the loop with Overwatch. I don't blame you. Besides, like, that one update where they added 6 heroes or 5 at once. What was 6, wasn't it? Unrun was just playable like a little earlier. It like ever since then, I mean, I don't know. It's like for new people to get back into the game has been fat chance. I think last year added was Doomfist. Yeah. Like I never played, I very briefly played Overwatch 2 when it first came out just to test it, then dropped it immediately. And I came back just before like the wave of 6 heroes all in one go were released. So I had a bit of an easier time getting back into it. And then like the new heroes I could learn like once I learned about the other ones that were new to me. Well, that was Xian. This is Scrandal. We got a sausage on a stick. This is we call those sausage snails in Germany. They changed Mercy and Orisa. They also, which is just the biggest no-no for me, is it's only one tank now, which is awful as a tank main. Which means often playing tank is just a humiliation ritual now. Double cheeseburger. I'll take the double. Oh, I don't know. That looks kind of icky. I think I'll still take the double cheeseburger. Both of these look kind of icky and coated in plastic. But that just might be the photo. Ooh. Oh, the Hogsburger. Chicken, beef patty, hash browns, sausage, onion rings, and cheese. How am I ever going to put that in my mouth? How am I ever going to take a bite from that? How am I ever going to take a bite from that? That's not happening. I have to disassemble the burger first. That looks like a pretty decent cheeseburger over here with rucola. Plain plastic, beef, and like the bun doesn't look very appealing, but like that, dude. My jaw hurts so bad if I open it ever the slightest. It's actually ridiculous. I can't do that. We're still picking this. I can't believe that is not the winner. I actually thought it was the winner. I guess it's just because you can't eat it. Chicken teriyaki bowl or a cheeseburger with fries. Ooh. The chicken teriyaki low-key looks way more appetizing. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know. At the same time, I'm craving that, like, basic American fast food nonsense right now, even though this is British. Too much teriyaki sauce? That's true. There's a lot of teriyaki sauce. And not only that, the chicken itself looks dry. Like they had to compensate with that much sauce because the chicken's dry as hell. Blah! I should have just taken that. That one, though. Sensational popcorn or roast chicken dinner that's zoomed in with a magnifying glass. What the hell? I don't think this is looking very appetizing. I don't like the carrot bits. I'm taking the popcorn. God damn it. I should have just taken the chicken. We're 3 for 3 losing. Ooh, grilled cheese with chicken or helmet nachos. Dude. Oh, the grilled cheese looks too good. I don't see like any, like there's a little bit of meat here. We're taking the grilled chicken. Absolutely. Yo, Springtrap, what's good? Chicken shawarma or steak, potato, and Guinness pie. We're taking the chicken shawarma. Are you kidding me? Chicken shawarma is great. What is the point of this game? Guess which people, or like what is more popular of these two foods? Which more people would vote for? Which of these, left or right, is more popular? And sometimes you get very awful things. Lamb meat and chips box. Turkey, pork, and stuffing pie. That looks awful. That looks awful. This looks good. I'm taking this. That pie looked awful. The Indian box or pie? Oh, someone sat on there. Most people don't have good taste. That's true. The Indian box looks pretty good. That pie does not. The Indian box looks unironically good. We got chili cheese fries or a double bacon cheeseburger. That bacon looks disgusting. That's like, that's Canadian bacon, or what is that? That's not... Yeah, well, like, what is... That's not bacon, is it? Like, that's not American bacon. It's British. Like the teriyaki one. Gross. I guess, like, we're picking the chili cheese. What? Okay, dude. Whatever, dude. Seriously. Hot dog and beer versus ahi tuna Hawaiian bowl. I am that... I'm sorry, but I'm sure that looks like that tastes great. But that is, like, that does not look appetizing to me, the fish. Tuna, I don't know. It's probably really tasty. And the other thing is, not only is it probably really tasty, it's also probably way more healthier. Like, at an event? That is impressive. In USA, Portland Timbers. Are you good, Springtrap? Seriously. We're taking the... Oh, I'm getting everything wrong. Well, okay, I got 4 right. Cheesy chips. With just a slab of... Oh, but this is... both of these are disgusting. This is drowned in gravy and there's like tobacco, like leftover tobacco sprinkled on top of it, dude. What is this? You know what? I would pick the left one and I just toss the cheese. And a pie. There's a pie buried below there too. I think I'd just rather take the plain fries and just toss the cheese onto a fan in the like front. Oh god. Okay, we got 4 out of 10. The community average is 7 out of 10 for this one. If it's meat pie, it's nice. Let's try a practice round. Let's see what we got. Where was this? Kickoff combo box, fish and chips. 2 Korean barbecue chicken sliders, steak pie, popcorn chicken tots, mac and cheese bites. Dude, Holy crap, let me add that right now. Right now. Right now. Like right now. Just get a cheeseburger with fries. The chicken box is like a million times better. Oh, there's your cheeseburger. Steak pastry. Yeah, absolutely. We got a beer with a... Oh. Look at all the... look at all the, like, wetness from the hot, like, dog in that plastic cup. Dried fish with hot sauce. Oh, we're taking the goddamn hot dog. Yeah. At least I have a beer. Oh, pie roast potatoes and gravy or boneless jerk chicken. Hello? We're taking the... Hello? Boneless jerk chicken. Is this even a question? That thing looks crazy good. Steak and chips versus a black and white cock... Steak and chips versus a black and white cookie shake. Oh my god. It's like bubblegum all over again. Hey, Springtrap, thank you for the follow. I'm taking the steak and chips. Thank you. Oh my god. Whatever, dude. Cheesy hot dog versus meat empanada. We're taking the... Oh, that's like shriveled though. I don't know, that still looks better. Ah. Are you sure? Hi, Bonely. Hi, Noda. Nice to see you guys. You got nothing? Or Finnish dish? Curly chopped sausage? Curly fries and condiments? I don't think I should pronounce that. Oh my god. Did it sound that bad? Oh. Oh. Hey, looks good, but the fries are underbaked. It's okay. Hi, Thomir, what's good? We got chicken, chips, and cheese, or a big burger. What is happening? Why is that big burger's getting cooked a little bit? Ooh. I don't know. I just prefer... I'm more of a chicken guy, honestly. But this is better. Hog eye porky bowl or chicken and chips. I mean, we're taking the chicken and fries. What? Doner kebab with chili sauce? Pie? What does that have to do with a doner kebab? There's nothing about that in there. Or a lamb doner wrap. I'm taking the... Whatever, dude. The direct was great. I only saw that we're getting like Deltarune stuff. Steak and chips versus a black and white cock... Whatever. It's not that serious, buddy. Hi, Linz. Great to see you. It's nice to see all of you guys. Ah. We're gonna play some Solarpunk, chat. You gotta go? Goodbye. What are you going to? Therapized. We'll get you a therapy. Shpyke's a VTuber now? No. You can see my face, can't you? Ah. Share your good moods. Grandmother decided to visit me. We talked for a while and played piano and ate dumplings. That sounds incredible. I'm so glad to hear you're in a good mood. Then what is the creature? That is just extra. Do you like him? He was a gift to me. During the stream, I will lurk as long as my PC doesn't crash. I appreciate the lurk. I hope your PC does not crash for multiple reasons. You were literally about to go back to clip. What the hell is my face cam? I got some green, like, it's kind of a green tea. This is like green tea with a bit of mango juice in it. It's really nice. All right. Solarpunk. Let's get my stuff changed and updated. That was almost as bad as the gum. La 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 la. Yeah, I went positive. Driver friendship is a redeem that people can use to like throw in a statement of any kind and just have like a random Sims reaction to see if I like it or not. All right. Are you guys ready? Let's do, I'm doing a little recording for YouTube, but as per usual, as you know me, me know you. So let's get that started as well. Hello, YouTube. Welcome back to Solarpunk. We're back again for, I think this is part 3 already. God damn. I've been playing this game a good bit here and there. It is so unbelievably fun after all. I really want to upgrade our building and like, well, this is already really nice, but I also really want to upgrade like what we have and add like way more stuff to it. So how about we start by, I want to like get these moved somewhere else. And I want to do like fences over here, I think, attached to the house. I need like all my wood supplies. YouTube, how are you all doing today, chat? You guys have, like, the support that's been going on in the last few days has been so insane that I think I might be secure for this and next month, which is insane. So big applause. Absolutely huge. Where do I find the forbidden knowledge of the bubblegum incident? I think it was probably clipped. I don't know. I don't actually remember. I don't know if it was clipped or not. Yippee! So if I add like, well, we could even do white fences. I kind of like that as like a bit of a color contrast. What do you guys think? But we can't do a white fence gate. Which one do you think is better? The white fence or the normal wood? We need so much more wheat. We also have the ability to transport animals now. Which one do you think is better of those two? White? Whoa, chill. White? I think the white is better too. I'm just gonna not put a fence gate in, and that's the problem solved for that regard. I'm really looking forward to playing the Minecraft server, by the way, that I'm prepping. I mean, Thursday first, we're gonna do like DSD. I'm probably going to be playing on the server for a week or so straight. So on Thursday, expect me to play DSD every day for like at least a week straight. Like good old times. And in the meantime, I'm still working on the mod pack for Minecraft. And that should be pretty awesome. Getting everything set up, getting everything to feel right, be right. And then we're going to launch a new Minecraft server as well. Like I said, it doesn't need to be that ultra fast because I do have the other plans as well in the regards of wanting to play DSD. So as much as I want to play Minecraft fast, I also want to play DSD. This should be a good opening. It's going to be nice coming back to DSD. I mean, you guys know I've been doing the the random character world challenges, which I think I would like to pick up eventually again, but I haven't been like sitting down and doing what I like most in DSD in a long time, which is a long-term world. It's been so long since we've done one of those. We're also getting an interesting update on top of that, which I have not explored yet. So on Thursday, we are going to do the new worlds, but we're also going to explore the updates. I might do the... I might explore the, like, beta before we start the world. I don't know how much is in this beta right now, but I don't... Like, I think once the update is out, I would just immediately like to launch the new world. I would like to quickly check out the skins, if there is a skin pack that came with it. And I also have to prep for giveaway streams, or marbles again. Because you guys know we do marbles every time DSD is upon us. Oh, it's scary! I still have codes to give out. Uh-oh. Wait, why not? Wait, seriously, why does that not link up? Ow! Why is thunder in this game the loudest thing ever? Cannot be built on water? Are you reading this? Wait, but how does that... How? How is it not linking up, though? Did I not place the... No, I did. It's like Minecraft all over with these loud thunders. Dude, oh, yeah. With like that one, like, atmospheric pack I had in there. Wait, what the what the hell? Oh, it's like bent a little bit. You see that? Oh my god. How do I prevent it from... How do I eyeball this better? Because I can't snap it. I can't snap this. So I just have to eyeball it. Maybe if I don't move my camera, but just do this. Now we're like way too far. It's probably best to establish like 2 lines. Try to get these as symmetrical as possible, and then connect these 2. The thunder is so loud! Can you hear your eardrums chatter? I appreciate the rain noises in this game, but the thunder, dudes. Okay, I give up on fences. Let's try to establish a guideline and see if we can fix it. First of all, I'm gonna have to turn the environment volume down even more. That is wow, just wow. Okay, what if we do this? We can tear this down later. But what if we use this as a temporary guideline? Like this. Because we can't mess this up if it's like straight. Okay. I mean, that kind of works. We got like a mostly straight fence over there. I can snap it to this, but the problem is... that's not really what I want. I want it to actually be placed on the, like, dirt, like fence is supposed to be. Maybe we have to just treat the fence as like a natural, like, fence, which is more rough of a structure. You know how fences are usually just placed in like farms more like roughly rather than perfectly straight. The problem is, like, we kind of have a guideline now. But is this... like, that's not gonna cut it, though. Okay, we can leave a hole in here. Like a walkable path, right? And then we can just connect this as such. And then leave this open, too. The problem is, like, this could be easily fixable if I could clip things together, but I can't. But we can just leave this open, right? I wonder if I could have just made, like, a platform in the floor or something and then deconstructed the platform. Ow! That literally hit me. Can you believe that? I want sunshine back. Where's my sunshine lollipops? That's pretty nice. I think that works, right? And then I want to do this into like, I want to turn this into like a small little like berry farm or something. Visually. Hey, sunshine's back. Ah, peaceful. I might turn my own music on in this game. I mean, the music is nice, but it plays the same one mostly. We could do even a full-on garden with a sprinkler system here. I mean, why not? It's kind of nice. I like this. It's very cozy. I'm caring more about the visual appeal than the functional appeal when I'm doing, like, this area right now, though. Because I'm gonna make an actual proper greenhouse for all my farming. That is going to be a big building. But I wonder if we can unlock some better stuff for that. Like, farming, right? So, is there going to be, like, a plot that we can build on a structure eventually? Because I can have a foundation, but I can't make, like, a plot here, of course. So, making a greenhouse is kind of... I guess I could just have natural access in the ground for it, but you feel what I mean? I could technically just make a roofed area over, like, part like this as well. But I'd like to have a full-on greenhouse, since there's clear potential and, like, also hinting from them to, like, for you to make a greenhouse. And there's such big potential to make one of those. So what are you guys all up to today? How's your day been? How's your Tuesday? Mine has been filled with dentistry, and being, like, exhausted and everything. So I hope you all had a very good day. Where do we place these? These should have a set area, I think. Same with the ferni. Maybe also the, like, the bees. Tuesday. It is bloody Tuesday. You're finishing up the graphics for your... Oh, yeah, the birthday game show. Awesome. It's gonna be very, very nice. Can't wait to hear how it went. Let's see. I could do another fenced-in area, but I don't think I need that. I think I'm just gonna do... It'd be nice to build this on a brick foundation, but I don't have access to that yet. I might just do this. And, like, put the furnaces on here. And, like, shelter this a little. So, like, nothing major. Just some pillars. Connect this with a floor. I guess I could have... no, roof tiles are a little bit much. Tuesday. Hello, my friend. Hey, Karama. Nice to see you. The window tiles itself are a little too large for my preference for this. But maybe we can just make some short overhang instead. Like this. Yo, Nightlight. Great to see you as well. Whoops. How are you doing? How have you been? I survived summer. You survived summer? It's just starting. Well, at least here. Not in every place. I wish I could snap things. So we can put a furnace here. We can put a furnace here. Wait, where's the middle? The middle is right here. And we can put a furnace here. Summer here is 45. Damn. Oh, pain. It's nothing major. It's also quite temporary, but it's better than nothing. Can we add like a... No. Is there no better way to use a smaller wall here? I guess I could technically do fences. Or... Well, this isn't horrible, but is there a way to put a, like, beam in the middle? There probably would have been if I did half beams. Wait. Hey, Maniac, what's good? Yeah, that works. How are you doing? Hey. That's pretty fancy. It's nothing like ultra major, but it's pretty nice. Tape is gone for therapy at the moment. Nice. And we can even do this. What happened? Nothing happened. Just a regular interval schedule therapy. There's some wood. Did I not store... Yeah, I was gonna say, I have like 5 billion wood I stored. It's crazy how much wood this little thing already consumes, though. Like, god damn. Hey, I mean, that's pretty sick. It's simple, but it's awesome. I get it. You're very loud. It's okay, Scooby, I love you. I'm all alone on this island, Scooby. It's just you and me, buddy. There we go. Not shabby. Now let's put some stairs on here. Change orientation. And we're gonna have to get rid of these. And voila, simple but very working furnace area. Now for the like water collectors, we can kind of like disguise the water collectors as bird baths. We have like oh, okay, that's not what I wanted to deconstruct. We have like a bird area over here. Hey Jade, what's good? So we just act like this is like a bird bath. Bird bath. Some bird baths. Oh, look at all of this. Holy. so proud of this harvest. Not so proud of the fact that a lot of things died, but that's okay. They didn't die, they got thunderstruck, which is why a greenhouse is so important. Damn, I really need all that wheat too. In the name of aesthetics, there's no such thing as a material limit. Yeah, oh, trust me. I'm aware. There's a reason I'm a mega baser. I don't care how much it costs. I want it. Who cares about the price? Oh, it's turning nighttime again already. We should go set out to see if we can find some more wheat. And we do need to bring home some other animals as well. We do have a lot more things unlocked. We need 10 bread, and we need something else. Eggs. We need like 6 eggs, which I already have. But I have to save my hay at the moment. Bread. Yeah, I need bread. I have to save my hay at the moment because I need all the bread. Let's plant a maple tree right here and a maple tree right here. That should look pretty good. I mean, this is really great. This is very cozy. This is very nice. We're gonna up the quality of this place a lot. I'm thinking that I'm going to, up here, I might put my greenhouse. Unless there's not enough space. Otherwise, I'm gonna find a different position for it. I've built over the biggest, like, landscape here already. Maybe I'll move the animal area, and when I get rid of this, I could put the greenhouse next to this here. We'll see. Oh, I'm hungry and thirsty. Not anymore. I love bread. Don't we all? I'm trying not to eat as much bread anymore. But goddamn, is it good. Eats 5 whole watermelons. Listen, if I'm really hungry IRL, that's not that bad. Not hungry anymore. Imagine though, imagine the sheer volume of 5 watermelons. There's just no way. Unless you're like a professional eater. And I'm not signing up for one of those eating contests. It's crazy how much one sprinkler is capable of sprinkling. Mukbang. Let's do a mukbang. 5 watermelons is the size of a child. 5 watermelons is the size of a teenager. Honestly. 5 watermelons is big. Like, if you have, like, proper watermelons, I don't know, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. Pander, what's good? How are you doing, buddy? I'm kind of looking for some more mods right now for Minecraft before we start our new mod pack. I'm really debating if I want like an RPG system of some kind with like a leveling system. I really like that idea, but at the same time, I don't know. Can we suggest mods? You can suggest mods, yeah. But doesn't mean I'll take them. You wanted a role-playing kind of thing? It's going to be focused around, like, RP and building. That's the main premises. RP and building as, like, a place together. I added, like, a mod that adds, like, 50 biomes or whatever, but I'm genuinely, tempted to knock that out again because I feel like it's just... like, some of those are too much. Whatever. Okay, that's pretty good. I was even thinking about going as far as, like, thinking about doing something like MC MMO. I'm not gonna do that, though. or something that you can generate, like, you know what, how like townie servers and stuff have a mechanic. If you mine certain blocks, or you can have a profession and stuff, you get money for doing those things, in-game currency, that you can then use to trade with other people or whatnot. But I don't know if that would be fitting, or if it's more, it should, I think it should be more a trade of like actual stuff, like I give you wood, you give me stone. You feel me? Risk of Rain 2 question? Sure, you can try. I don't know if Unknown's here. You do the role-playing mods? Mermod. Interesting. I'm doing everything on Modern though, so I'm gonna have to see. We're building the whole mod pack on Modern. Gonna have to see what is available. I can custom add mods and stuff, but the only problem is when I share the mod pack, people can't download those then. So I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible. Can I use the bazaar to move the environment that I haven't seen before? I have no idea what you're talking about, so maybe? Is Unknown here? Can you tag Unknown? Is Unknown taggable? Unknown probably knows. Wait, I got this. Monster Hunter, Monster Hunter, Monster Hunter. Is he here? I could not find what I searched for. I'm free from the burden of the accursed knowledge, but at the cost of forever being a fool who's willing to commit the same mistake in the future. What about the worst game ever made? What is the worst game ever made? What is everybody's opinion on this? Oh boy, I kind of regret asking already. What is the worst? Monster Hunter? What are you talking about? Which one? Because there's like the very first ever Monster Hunter franchise. Dude, actually insane. Okay, 7 out of 10 rage bait, honestly. You can be happy that Unknown didn't see that. I don't know, I don't buy games I think are the worst. Hi Flutter, great to see you. What's good? How are you doing? Fortnite I didn't like? You want to know what I think is the worst games? Or the worst game? No, the worst games is games that require a subscription to play. Not because they're bad games, but because you have to pay monthly to play them. I'm good. It's hot as hell, but I'm surviving. I'm glad you're surviving. It is over here. It's really cool. Also, hi Uni. Can we get a shout out for Uni? How is the rest of Satisfactory? Any mods in the chat? Well, Flutter is just here. Any mods? Flutter's just standing there. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to playing DSD this Thursday, as well as playing Minecraft in the near future. Though I've prepared a lot of cool stuff already, because I need a specific map for a specific character to unlock. Sadly, I'm really not the person to ask Risk of Rain 2 questions. I don't know anything. What's up with new Minecraft? I'm making a server that is revolving around building and role-playing and stuff. It's going to be modded, but it's also going to be modded in a way that has good performance, with a lot of performance mods, so it's not too horrible. And yeah, I'm in the work in progress on that right now. A 345 watch streak. Holy. Thank you so much for the insane watch streak. You're almost at a whole year. That is incredible. I appreciate you, Flutter. Dump. Come on, I need the wheat to grow. What am I without grown wheat? Fine, I guess I'll explore a little bit in the meantime. I need to focus on just building more, but I don't even know how to get started on building a greenhouse that I can... I guess I just have like a surrounding foundation, or I raise the foundation in the end. You can dream in the bazaar if you see it. Twitch is gonna take it before I get there. Hey Cub, what's good? Oh yeah, it was you had to get to that funny place where you can't damage the creature to get the chef. You missed the emotes? Yeah, I'm surprised you never caught one of the gift subs from the huge gift sub wave. Oh my god, Uni. You should have heard the misspeak that I had earlier today. Oh, it was so bad. You're ready for Thursday? I'm glad. That's good. That's huge. That's very important. Maybe I'll eventually relocate to one of the other islands. Doing IRL survival mode these past months. Oh my god. Your money. JCL. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Nightlight. That is insane. I appreciate it. You are insane. Can we get some love for JCL? You're at 26 gifted subs in the channel, dude. My god. You should run until you get sniped. Emotes restored. Emotes restored. You were trying to get them? Don't worry, there's gonna be more sniping opportunities. Let's get the copper from here. You guys are all incredible. Mind you, optional thing to do to give subs. Oh my god, you're trying to do it on phone too? You're gonna pay extra for nothing. Listen, it is okay. Is it? Is it okay? You forgot to tell me. What'd you forget to tell me? I'm listening. You got a decent raise? Oh, raise. Hell yeah. That doesn't mean you have to spend it on here on Twitch. That means you should spend it on, like, getting yourself something nice. The island... Oh, the island I was just at? Dude, wait, look at the map. Wait. This island where I'm on is nice, but look at this. This island looks great too, doesn't it? There's a lot of empty space, like, right here. Around this whole area. And there's, like, higher elevation and whatnot. Yeah, there's a lake. I mean, I have a small lake here too. There's also going to be this island, which looks interesting. And this one looks really interesting. This one looks like it has a lot of height. I don't know, this one is really nice too. But the only problem I have with this island is I feel like I've used almost all of my building space already by planting this house in the middle. I added like a little like fenced area here, and I put my... I like the small ones, yeah. I put this in. No, this is not like Planet Crafter. This is a cozy game. This is kind of the opposite. This is kind of a game where you live with clean energy and preservation of everything like that. It's very cool. I've really been enjoying it so far. It's very, very fun. It's very, very sweet. And even has multiplayer, I learned. Twitch be twitchy. Twitch be twitchy. Wait, you started Planet Crafter? It's so good. It's so hard. It's really fun. We've been going so fast through it at this point, it's kind of ridiculous. Me and the boys. hopefully we're gonna continue it next weekend. Since last weekend we did the Minecraft sponsorship for me, which once again, absolutely huge. Thank you so much for your support, chat. Couldn't have done it without you. And this weekend we're probably gonna be back to Planet Crafter. You know, right? I'm not a gamer. You're directionally challenged. Are you playing it alone? No, thank God. Okay, that at least helps. It's way nicer dividing tasks in Planet Crafter. We're almost there. One more wheat and we have 30 bread. Chad, sorry, 10 bread. Chad, 10 bread. Hype in the 10 bread. Hype in the chat. Sorry. 10 bread hype right now. 10 bread hype. I would have crashed out. Let's make some dough. 10 bread moment. This is the most important moment of my career. We got 10 dough. Thank you for the check-in. And all my furnaces are busy. Maybe I do one furnace indoors. An extra furnace. I haven't been working on my OBS as much recently because I've been focused on working on... Thank you, Flutter. I've been focused on working on a lot of other platforms and stuff. I've not done any shorts yesterday or today, which I need to catch up on. I have some shorts that I'm going to upload later tonight, I think. I've like been feeling a little out of everything yesterday and today. So I'm trying to catch up with that, like starting like after today's stream again. And of course, on Thursday we have we're starting DSD again. Specifically what we're going to do is we're going to be doing probably a week straight of DSD. You're learning the process of making MP3s? MP3s is very easy. I mean, like, are you trying to make MP3s with your voice, or what are you trying to do? So, on Thursday, I'm planning on starting the server. Then we're going to play Friday, Saturday, probably not Sunday. And then on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as well, at least. You thought today was map choosing day? No, I was just gonna make the server playable. I'm probably gonna take care of map choosing either tomorrow or offline. I was also thinking of doing map choosing before the drop goes live, because on Thursday I'm probably gonna start around 5 or 4 p.m. my time, and I might just do the like looking for the world earlier then. But I also want to explore the beta before. It's probably better if we don't know the map. That's fair. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of don't care. But it definitely makes it a little easier, doesn't it? I usually always do the world creation on stream though. I guess unless people take a screenshot, they have to work based off memory. One thing I really should do, and might do this time, is look for a good cave too. Like a ruins map. I might do, like, I might generate first for our overworld, copy the files over. Memory, yes, definitely. And then look for a cave, and then do the same. So it's very possible that I might do world generation tomorrow, depending on how I feel. And if you guys look at the map, that's fine. I mean, I'll probably remember the map as well to a degree. I'm just gonna look for something buildable, nice, cozy, cool, and I'm also gonna look for a big-sized ruins with a good amount of statues and green gem potential. Your goal is no mess. So we're gonna always start with a temporary base, right? I really want to try and do like an actual like an 8x4 or something, or 8x2, no, like 6x4 or something grid, where we do a structured floor drobe. Temporary base gets torched. Do you think we'll actually be able to manage that? Maybe, just maybe, we'll have a Woody or a Maxwell main and have 5 billion wood to make a chest area. Thank you for the lurk, Bone Lee. I have to go back to the hotbox. 1 hour, 45 minutes. Good luck, Flutter. Much love. Thank you so much for being here again. Always super awesome to see you and have you. I really appreciate you. Take good care of yourself. And, like, thank you for everything. Oh. Love you too, Flutter. I'll see you after, yes. I'm excited to play DSD again. Like, honestly, the only reason I am excited is because we're gonna play it in multiplayer. If I was playing single player, then I think I would not be as excited. I do eventually want to try a single player like mega base again as well, but I just prefer doing it multiplayer. Why do it alone when you can do it together, you know? I can't see. Why do it alone when you can be with friends? And you get to, like you said already, you get to legally play Warley again. You're gonna do Woowa dailies? Have good luck and fun. Why do it alone when you have so many free laborers? True. The amount of times I used to utilize Bearger and stuff as free laborer. I used to play solo for so long on my first mega base. Beloved worlds. Hi Harvey, what's good? I used to play solo for so long that I'm so used to playing with people now. Where is this thing? Huh? I can't see it. I'm underneath it or above it? I want to feed honey spies to a spinning WX yet? Ooh, nice idea. I have no idea where I'm at. Is the island above or below me? I don't know. I have a map, but I can't tell if it's above or below me. Because of the rain. Ah! Oh! Above? Oh, it is, look! Holy, so far above. Fly me to the moon. Ba la 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 la. I think the rain's clearing up. It is. Okay, I can see freely again. We're going up. We should be going up, I think. Hello? Yeah, there you go. Fly me to the moon. La da 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 la 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 la. If, like I said, okay, I said I'm gonna do like a week of DSD straight. If I'm feeling it, if I'm really feeling it like the good old days and whatnot, I might do like 2 weeks straight. We'll have to really see. We'll have to see. But I also want to do variation in between and not literally only DST. Like after 1 week. 10 breads, 6 egg, 20 carrots, 2 weeks straight. That's a lot of straight. Dude, Uni. You should see... You should have seen the... You should... If you go to my Discord, look at the clip that happened today. On the Clips channel. It's so bad. Variation, multiple worlds to cycle through. Maybe we'll do a 4-world server. We'll have like Shipwrecked in there too with the volcano. You're so up for a DSD Mega Base? Good, because that's what's happening this Thursday. So be here. If you want to play. If you want to be my lover. I'm singing for free again. Singing for free? Okay, let's make animal feed. Well, we can tell what you've been thinking of. Okay, buddy. Okay, let's upgrade our spaceship. I was gonna say airship. Yeah, we can go to 3 new islands now. Bam, bam, and bam. Holy, we can go big. We can go big. Which means we'll probably find sunflowers and stuff. Do I have berries? Wow, I'm berryless. The misspeak was okay, but the absolute primal ape scream. Dude, I can't believe that I misspoke so bad. It just hurt me inside. Discovery of fire. Which island should we go first to? With the big one. We're always gonna go for the big one. Dude, let's go underneath our island. Is this even allowed? Is this legal? Holy, look at that. Good evening, Kuro! Great to see you, buddy. How are you doing? This game needs a cave systems in the side. I agree. That is definitely something that would be incredibly cool. I already love this game and it's like simple like power mechanics and stuff. I really need to exploit the simple power mechanics and whatnot. I need to just farm a ton of materials, get like automated docks set up everywhere, shipments, delivery drones, eventually, hopefully. Things like that. Look at this! That looks awesome. This would be a great island to build on just for the view. How much building space do we have here? Ooh, not bad building space. We can make custom bridges and stuff. Oh, this might be my future home. Holy, move right now. That's actually insanely good terrain. Carrots and sunflowers. This is what we need in Minecraft. I want to really do a world or a server at some point in Minecraft where it's just all floating islands and stuff. Like I know there's a mod that turns everything into floating islands in Minecraft, or separates every biome and like landmass into floating islands. And that would be so cool. That would be such a cool premise for a world. Or having a lot of floating islands just randomly as well in the world would be so awesome. Wouldn't it? You're doing fine. What's going on with you? I am doing fine. I was so tired earlier and feeling a little down, but I'm doing better now. The small eyes of your avatar are back to normal. Yeah, I can toggle them. No ocean, unbuildable. You have to find like a nice lake on an island. Is that not good enough? Oh, that's cobalt. We found cobalt. We can repair the station now. The the thing. Cobalt ores. Lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli. Lapizze. Oh, that was copper. Dude, tell me this island isn't perfect to build on. We can like cluster all this stuff full of stuff everywhere. And like make so many different buildings everywhere. And then like a system that connects these parts. What is this vein? Is this just stone? Oh, this is just a pure stone mine. So we can farm automatic stone here. We can farm cobalt. We're close to the beginning island. We're also close to 3 other islands. This is of course nicer because you're closer to everything. No, the terrain is pre-crafted, I'm pretty sure. At least it looks like it. I've not done any research on it, but I think so. Don't even get me started on Satisfactory. I've been, thanks to uni, I've been having an insane itch for that again. I've been wanting to play Satisfactory again so bad. So bad. That game is so phenomenal. Satisfactory is so worth it. In so many ways. Local man starts 12 megabase games at once and found dead in a ditch at 23 years old. While we're at it, why don't we start a Terraria server too? Small plant, raspberry muffin, and Stardew, and Valheim. Starbound server. Starbound were good times. Starbound was really good times when I played that back in the day. Local man built some Metropolia because he thought it would look cool. I really want to build something insane and satisfactory. The problem about building something insane and satisfactory is you also have to fit a factory inside. And most factory builds even take professional builders in that game. Like, real life, like, weeks. Some factories I've seen that look like medium-sized, but are decorated nicely, are captioned on YouTube with like, oh, this took me 3 weeks. I'm like, oh. Satisfactory needs actual copy paste. The blueprints are nice, but it's not good enough because it's not big enough. They did add daisy chaining now, which is awesome. So you can actually daisy chain. You can daisy chain like individual machinery. Wait, if I build on here, let's not destroy this visually already. You can daisy chain machineries cabled instead of like having to connect them all to a pole. Real life weeks would be like a few days if you could copy paste. Yeah, for sure. I don't know if there's mods that allow you to do that, but I prefer to not mod Animal Transporter for free. I prefer to not mod games if I don't have to. I say that, but our DSD server is obviously going to be modded. But it's going to be modded in a like natural way, nothing like insane. I guess I can temporarily I can get a new watering can. Sounds great, but you have to unlock them first, which is the stupid part. The fact that you have to unlock daisy chaining. When do you unlock it? Because you're already at tier 4 or something and didn't have it? Oh, great, it's nighttime. How long is that going to take? That's the bigger question. I guess I'm gonna have to go back already. I'm full up. It's also nighttime. 90% time spent on wiring and rebuilding and building settings. Yep. It's so bad when you make like a giant factory plaza. After the MK3 polls? What? Not even MK2? MK3? That's ridiculous. Like, I really like building Satisfactory, but making a mega factory is both cool and the scariest thing ever. Because you also have to, like, you want to, of course, have good efficiency, too. 15 computers, 50 GHIGH speed connectors, and 500 quick wire. 15 computers, dudes. The fact that you need computers to unlock that is ridiculous. I've never even been in the stage of the game where you make computers. I really want to set up like a cool train system and stuff in Satisfactory. But it's just gonna take so long. I don't want to go like hyper fast through the game. If you want to speedrun it, you technically can just beeline for the things you actually need. But I don't want to do that. Trains are very fun. Yes. I really hope to finally, for once, make use of like minecarts or something in a Minecraft server at some point. Okay, real quick. I'm going to probably do a really quick BRB just for a bathroom break real quick. It'd be less tedious if you did it multiplayer again. Yeah. I'm probably going to play Satisfactory multiplayer again, but the problem is, like, does the other person want to take their time this much like I do, you know? Like, do they want that too? Or is that only me? Okay, let me quickly go here. I'm going to let you guys fish for a second. That's the other problem. Is my speed like the one or the speed that the other person wants as well? I'm gonna BRB for a sec. I'm gonna give you guys fish first though. Yeah, real fish. You guys are all getting a trout. IRL. Okay. But why?
Fish. Fish.
I am back. Hi guys, your boy is back. Fish.png double B. The little guy down there is Poggin, or monkey facing. I'm back. I got a banana too. I bought like a bundle of 5 of them. I'm gonna devour those over the next few days. Ugh. Chad, the dentist says I have really nice and good teeth. Isn't that prog? Like, I went to the yearly cleaning thing, or like once a year, or sometimes twice a year. You get like a free cleaning that's covered by health insurance, basically free. And I've done that. Don't let him take... I didn't let him take my teeth this time. No teeth taking. I'll never see those wisdom teeth again from many, many moons ago. I should relocate this whole icky area. I should redo this entire farm. I really want to. I need to make a greenhouse, like pronto. Let's see what we can make for the next tier. But like, I have really good teeth. But dude, I know it's normal for a coffee drinker, but look at this. The yellow. I want to get rid of that so bad. But a professional bleaching costs way too much, so I'm not doing it. Yo, Rat Raider, what's good? Coffee drinking is at its finest. Look at that. Next tier unlocked right now, right here. What do we got? Food basket. Oh, that's still from the previous. I haven't found sheep or truffle, or sheep or pigs. Oh, this is exactly what I needed. This is literally exactly what I was looking for the greenhouse. Grow boxes. Perfect. Got it. I literally got what I need to make a greenhouse now. Decorative plates and pots and pans. The hell yeah. Cooking. Oh, start cooking better meals in an indoor or outdoor kitchen. Outdoor furniture. Pack of seed recipes. Pig shelter. Oh, this is better animal feed. Alternative recipes. Jolly all the time. Yeah. Oh, this is... Yes. Well, let's make a greenhouse then. The light do not show the unwanted shade of yellow. The light? Oh, it's definitely like the light in my camera being very high quality. It's not that bad IRL. The camera just enhances the colors a good bit and my settings and whatnot. But still, I do kind of want white teeth. Unlocked seed packs. So now we can... Yes! We can turn our excess, like, produce into the seeds themselves. Oh yeah, how much did you lay? 0? Buddy, there's so much food for you to eat. Where do we make the greenhouse? I was thinking... up here, but I don't know if this is... This is probably enough space. We can even overhang it from the edge. Kind of genius, actually. Let's get rid of all the clutter on here real quick. Commands. Wait. Was this was the command I was looking for before, I think, right? Oh, no. Right, I forgot about this. You didn't know it was a thing? Yeah, we made that as a meme like half a year ago, maybe even longer at this point. Long time ago. I'm not gonna build on the glass foundation. Well, if I built this over the edge, that would be sick, but I can just add glass foundation specifically for those parts. Let's start with a normal wooden foundation. Okay, let's clean my inventory real quick. It's such a mess. Let's dump everything that we don't need away for a second. The problem also is that I have so many materials lying around, like literally everywhere, dude. It ain't even funny. But I also have 5 billion wood prepared for what's about to happen, which is kind of funny. Laugh. Okay, we need this. Okay, now just load up on woods. That's a lot of wood. And glass. Do you think that's gonna be do you think that's gonna be enough materials? If that's not enough materials, then I don't even know. I'm gonna make a pretty big greenhouse. Maybe even I kind of want to do a multi-layered. This kind of reminds me a bit of, I don't know why, but I'm kind of getting some mind over magic. Oh. Mind over magic vibes. Dude, I can actually... Dude, hear me out, though. It might look silly, but look at this. We could do a glass floor, like... I'm gonna start, like, reasonably over here first, and then see how much space we need. Change heights. I would not step foot on that in real life. Not even for a second. No, no, absolutely not. That would scare me so bad. I don't trust any kind of glass material for my life. You know those, like, Grand Canyon has, like, that glass bridge or whatever that's, like, really famous? That everyone keeps walking on and whatnot. I'm like, oh. 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 I need to make this foundation higher, dudes. I keep on doing this wrong. I kind of want to, like, turn on some Minecraft tunes. Switch this out for MC music. I like the game's music, but the only problem about the game's music is there's like, not a lot of track variation. So that I kind of want to, like, try something that variates a bit more. Bro, Set, you hate this game. Are you, like, okay? Like, you keep on just, like, copy-pasting the same thing the whole time. It's getting really old. I guess we're gonna have an entrance, like, right here. Actually, I can... This is already a pretty big structure. How big are those actual grow beds? I'm assuming 1 per tile, right? I don't think we can fit as many sprinklers with it then. Sleeper agent keeps activating. What's the sleeper agent activating for? How do I even make those grow bed things? Okay, just woods. The only problem that I have with this game is that there's no snapping. At least I don't think there is. Oh, this is so good. I haven't been able to... Let me double check. Is there anything in here about snapping? Building. No. No snapping games? No, I'm saying this person is a sleeper agent. Oh. Rank. Should I have... How does this look if I put glass floors in here? Glass found... Play for 30 in-game days. I don't think I need to put glass foundation in the bottom. I think having the wooden... Honestly, I want brick foundation in here, but that's coming later. Grass window. As much as I like it, it's just a little too much. Hate check? What are we... I have never heard of these commands. How much hate is in you? Hate check. I want to do like 3x3s, I think. 1, 2, so... This already used like 200 wood, by the way. So I can do like 3x3s of each crop here. But maybe for visual's sake, I should do 3x2s. Love check. Is that commands that are saying that they're available on Stream Elements or something? Because I didn't add any commands that do such things. Maybe the entrance is right there. And then we do plots, space, plots, space, plots. Then I have no space to walk in between here unless I longer this one. Or if I move this one further this way. Will this be like a natural walking up position though? I mean, the path kind of goes here. But let's see. How do I feel about this? Commands. Which one of those? Like Nightbot, Stream Elements? I think this is fine. Is this middle? 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? I use the watch. 5. You wonder about the outcome? I thought we'd... Wait. Yeah, we do have an exclamation mark love command to, like, add someone with. Oh, look at these glass walls. Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. I love greenhouses. The only problem I have with this is that I kind of want to do like a pre-area. 9% self-love. That's about correct. And then you have like 1, 2, 3. One, 2, and then another one, and we copy paste this. Then we have the same over here. We have like one walkable space in between always. I think that seems like a pretty nice design, and that also would make sprinklers efficient enough. It wouldn't get the most out of sprinklers that we literally can, but that's not necessarily a big deal. Because, I mean, efficiency is nice and all, but it's not like the most important thing. I don't even know how I can I even place a sprinkler in between here? Yeah. So we can put a sprinkler at the corner here, and that should get all of them. Oh. It looks a bit silly, but it should get all of them, technically. We can try it. Actually, we can't. I don't have, like, more cables on me. But we copy-paste this, like, throughout here. And we do multiple of these. And I can technically add a second layer to this. Only 9% love for yourself, and the rest is what? Hate would be very sad. Don't worry about it. We could add a second layer to this. This isn't bad. We'll have like 1, 2, so 24, 48 plants on the bottom layer. I mean, that's pretty good. And then we could add like a staircase. Oh, look at that glass staircase. And we could make another layer. We can also add like a 3x3 or one here where the entrance is usually. If I add one here, we can't really walk through here, which is kind of a pain. So maybe only a couple here. We'll find... Oh, this should be a pretty nice greenhouse. I kind of want to add a little, like, foyer, whatever you call it here, but this might make it too steep because it's, like, right at this part. Oh, well, it kind of works with the stairs. Seed chests for show. Yeah, we're gonna store every seed and every plant material over here, taking away from the storage space as well, which is gonna be nice. And we have like a little like glass area right here. And we connect it. I'm out of sticks. For the entrance. I mean, that looks pretty dope, right? If we're doing this, I'm taking out the door here, though. To have this more open, like a real greenhouse would be. Might just do like a beam right here. Oh, that looks hot. Hout. Look at that. Chat, what do you think? Do you want different music, or do you want to keep with this game's music? Ugh. There's no, like, off diagonal or anything like that. It's okay. That looks good. I like this. We have to make the actual overhang and whatnot still. The music is fine. What do you prefer? I'm fine with the game's music. Okay, sick. I don't know. I'm always, I have mixed feelings. What do I prefer? What do I not prefer? So then we can do the... Uh-oh. Glass roofs don't have the same overhang capabilities? I guess I have to make a... I guess glass roofs usually don't overhang, but I want them to overhang. I guess I can do it like this. I like overhang on my roofs. Do I? Is it... I guess it looks more natural without overhang for a greenhouse, honestly. To be honest. Wow, I just realized this is going to be an insanely large build, and I don't think I have the glass for this. Oh my god. That's okay. On one of those islands, we technically had a sand mine, an unlimited one. That just means that I have to build some drills and put those there. I just need some of the glass for other reasons then, for solar panels and whatnot. Because holy... Also, you need to be half. Bing bong. Oh, this is gonna be sick. This is gonna be sick. Are you guys feeling the sickness in your DNA? I hope not. That would be very bad. If you guys feel sick in your DNA, you should immediately seek a doctor. If you put a wooden wall or shelf with the garden tools on the side with the overhang to look natural, like I could do a bit of wood in there, but I want all glass. I'm greedy and I want it. I want it now. How much copper do we have? Okay, we have a decent amount of copper. We have a decent amount of iron. We need to smelt some more iron. I'm gonna have to take down some of the glass that I've built previously to fund a couple drills and 4 solar panels to fuel those drills. And then we're gonna mine sand with those drills and then just keep delivering. And live a nice life, maybe. Hey Presto, how are you doing? Great to see you, buddy. What? What's up? What's going on, dudes? Hope you're doing well. What? Sorry. 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 That should be enough glass. Let's make some bread for myself as food. Hopefully you're doing very well. Presto! What have you been up to today? Oof. I could use more furnaces at this point. First of all, the most important time of the day, Chad. You know what that is? You want to know the most important part of the day? Banana time. Not much right now. That's perfectly valid. Banana time. Breakfast. I don't eat breakfast. Well, it depends. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You have breakfast every day? That's crazy. What I do right after waking up is I drink like half a liter of water. Same, I cannot eat in the morning. Like right after waking up is just way too fast. Wait, what the hell happened here? Did I like duplicate some of the turf? Or they're glitched? Oh, Casualties Unknown looks nice. Let me know how it goes. It looks good. Eating in the morning, I don't know. It's just not really for me. Most of the time. Hi, Unknown. We talked about Monster Hunter earlier. Momster Hunter. Mom. And Risk of Rain. Two buzzwords. You were playing some Helldivers too? I saw. Were you playing alone or you got a buddy to play with? I need to play Helldivers 2 again. It's fun. It's so fun. It's not Shpyke stream time? Fine, here, banana. It's also Shpyke stream time. Those are not mutually exclusive. Chat, do you guys like Shpyke stream time and banana time? Do you like both of those combined? Helldivers? Yeah, Helldivers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, awesome. Next, iron and copper for drills. We almost have enough. Oh, we're so close to having enough for 2 drills. I really want 2 drills, so while the iron is cooking, I'm quickly gonna grab our copper ore. You want to play it, but it's 60 bucks? Yeah, you should get it on a sale. It does go on sale at least now for like, I want to say downwards of 40 or 30 bucks. I don't know. I want to say that. So never, don't buy it on full. Oh, you were trioing even. God damn. Difficulty 9 bugs and it was hell. Damn. We failed the last one we did now. Yikes. Difficulty 9 sounds crazy. I really want to play again, but at the same time, I don't know with whomst of all. Like, I want to kind of wait till Horizon buys the game. Because he said he wants to start it again. I was using that as like an excuse to then play. I don't know, like, I know D's been really busy at the moment. When we do get to hear from him. I haven't felt what difficulty 10 feels like. Yeah. Flying an airship, eating a banana at the same time. Not safe practice, but it's my practice. I practice every day. Gotta get my potassium. Is difficulty 10 the highest? Oh, it's storming. That's oh well, it's just raining actually. Look at that. We have a beautifully fenced in area here. As far as I know, yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, well, that was rain gone. That was pretty fast. Over does it. Over and does it. I should plant the berries, I think, in my backyard as like decorative. Or sunflowers. Both. A line of berries here. And then sunflowers in the other plots, like decoratively. Decoratively, yes, but also I kind of want to hook up a sprinkler. Bug worlds where tasks were underground, no air supports. EDF. Remember EDF 4.5 or what the hell ever we played again with the cave missions? I can't believe we even made it through that game. It was so silly. EDF. EDF. 4.1, that's what it was. It was kind of fun, but it was also very silly. I don't know. Oh, this looks so nice. This looks so cozy and cool. I love this space that I've made. Why are you not laying eggs anymore? Your hunger. What are you talking about? There's so much food here, Scooby. Scooby. Scooby? He's stuck on this thing. Scooby. I think Scooby is glitched. Hey Yoshi, what's good? Nice to see you. Scooby? Chat, my chicken's glitched. What if I back to menu now? Scooby. I want to get the second chicken over here. But I probably need to make its own like coop done. Whoa. Okay, there you go. You're moving now. You're good. What about you? I'm doing fine. I'm chill. Let's see. What do we got? To get the stuff, we had to collect those crates. Yeah. EDF was. I mean, EDF was fun, but at the same time, it's kind of a pain. Evening, Yoshi. Evening. Why, I do believe we have a fancy little evening, don't we? Ain't we? Okay, Scooby, you can eat now. It's free. You're fine to eat. Don't get stuck on the water chuff again. I need you to actually lay eggs. EDF was fun, but yeah, like I said, it was also at the same time a little bit of a pain sometimes. I liked the game, but it was also very old school coded. So things were a little ridiculous sometimes. Broke your block yet? Uni broke a block? What does that mean? Wait, up here. I need... Oh, I guess I should build a weather station. Oh, don't get sidetracked right now. Drill. Drilla. Can I make a battery as well? So it just keeps on going? Another advanced dock to hook up to the sand place would be smart too. Mental block. You were complaining about... Mental block. Silicone, more copper. You have a mental block, and I need like 20 iron to... It's fine, I have the drills already, mates. I'm hoping to get start the essay shortly and schedule one email I've been delaying. I hate writing emails and other things like that. It's such a miserable process. Like, why should I know how to formally, like, do that kind of stuff? All I'll get back anyways is an AI email. Deep Rock Galactic moment. I still have never played the Deep Rock Galactic roguelike that Unknown gifted me. I really need to do that. The roguelike game. I have it. What was it called again? La 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 la. Advanced Dog. I heard it's good. So did I. I mean, a lot of people were playing it a lot. I had to email as part of my volunteer stuff to this person who is very high up in the local healthcare. And yes, I have them on Facebook, but also emailing them. I've got to ask someone else for their email as we ain't friends like that. And the Tism be Tisman. Yeah, that sounds about right. Pain, misery, and everything nice. So much spice. It is fun, isn't it? Just gotta embrace the fun, which I don't know if that's present. I need more copper too. I need a lot more resources. I need everything. Rogue core? I don't know. Sounds about right though. I think it was definitely something with core. I need to make, like, I really should make 2 drills of like iron, 2 drills of copper, and then also set up like automated heated furnaces. Also, the response will just be, "Why do you want my opinion? You know what you're doing, and it's just so stupid." Why do you want my opinion? How dare you ask for my opinion? Hi, Scooby. 2 sand drills coming up. We have an advanced dock. Oh, I need to fuel the advanced dock as well, which is 2 more solar panels. That's fine, whatever. I can make 1 more solar panel, so that's not happening right now. Oh, whatever. I'll fuel the advanced dock on my next trip. I'm pretty sure the sand spot was here. The mineable sand spot. There's also 2 other islands I haven't explored yet that are new. It's Rogue Core. Are you rogue? Are you going rogue? Are you mental? Ugh. Are you having a laugh? Your Steam put you on animation versus Steam page? What does that even mean? Pretty sure the sand mine is right there. Animation versus Steam? I really want to get into animating. I also want to get into music making. But I need like... If I want to... I need to find like a better like music making program that doesn't cost an arm and a leg to start off on, because I really want to get into like some music making in FL Studio or whatever it was called. But dude, that program costs like $230. Ain't nobody got the cash for that. Want to buy a boyfriend? You have one for sale right now? What did your boyfriend do? Music. I've been wanting to do that for so long. But the actual like professional or proper music programs cost so much money. I didn't bring enough cable. Is this even... This is the sand mine, right? Or is this clay? No, this is sand. What kind of musicness? I don't... Like, I want to try out with a lot of different genres and whatnot. I want to even try using potential vocals as well, but I don't know about that yet. I'm not sure about a specific genre yet. Vocals for free? Sorry, I'm not for sale at the moment. I got sunburned yesterday, so my skin is super sensitive. I literally said I never noticed how spiky your beard is, and now he stood in the corner pretending to sulk because you don't want me to touch you. You don't love me. That's awesome. You hate me. Vocals for free? Chad, if I'm supposed to sing, what do I get in return? Except the enjoyment of singing, which is like the best part about it, probably. If I just like plunge myself off an island, I'm assuming that's insta death, right? I've never tried it. I haven't fallen yet either. But I would highly assume that that's just an insta death. Let's get some copper. Let's get some more solar panels. Let's get some more cables. Animation Versus is a fighting game based on Alan Becker's series on YouTube. Those are a lot of things that I don't know about. Interesting. Sounds fun, though. $12 copper ore, not bad. I'm gonna manually help out a little bit as well. I'm just gonna use this pickaxe up. I do need the copper. I need 2 more solar panels and some more cables. We're living in a fun time. Might as well like really go at it. I need the copper right now. That's why I need to set up a couple more drills. I want to have like 2 or 3 drills on the iron vein and 2 or 3 drills on the sand vein. And then later on quartz and cobalt. Oh, I can fix the vending machine now actually with the cobalt. I haven't done anything with that yet. I should. I want to see what the vending machine does. And this guy wants carrots right now. 20 carrots. So we can start growing those 2 to give to this guy for more blueprint unlocks. The Kickstarter got 1 million for it? Can I do a Kickstarter for my career as a full-time streamer and earn 1 million from it? Can you guys kickstart my life, please? I really need the support. Oh my god! There are a bunch of Kickstarters for streamers? What? That's a real thing? That's crazy. The Kickstarter to your stream is streaming. That's the Kickstarter to a streamer's career. You don't kickstart before you stream? What? You stream, you give people content so they can decide if they want to support you by paying for you. You don't just start a Kickstarter so you'll start streaming and then people can support you. What the hell? What? Uh-oh. Think I should have died by now. Boost airship. Huh. Average Shpyke moment. Breaking every game possible. Did it save this? That's what I'm worried about. I mean, I have to quick... I'm stranded. Saved? Not saved. No, not saved. I don't have an airship. And I certainly don't have iron to make a dock. And there's no iron to get on this island. Am I actually screwed? There's no way. I don't know what to do now. I think my airship is there. Leave feedback. I don't know what to do right now. I actually don't know if I can do anything. Oh no, oh no. Is there a console? Not to my knowledge. You don't have a remote way to move your ship? Only if I build a dock. And building a dock costs 20 iron bars. Message the people who gave you early access. I think they're in Italy right now. I need to build this. This to call over my ship. You gotta build a bridge. Maybe. According to a quick Google search. Sprint. I don't know if I can literally build a bridge. And if I can, that's gonna take forever. Can I do like this as my bridge to save as much materials as possible? Too far from islands. Well, Skyblock. Is there a chance that some of this is iron? No. I can't deconstruct this either into iron, can I? Are you joking? There's no unstuck button or anything. Leave feedback. Share your feedback on Google Docs. Report bug. Also on any previous saves. I don't think that's a thing. I can't even manually save in this game. Oh, you're joking. Host game? I don't think there's some kind of like sudden tools that I get. There's an unstuck button in the settings on my game. Let me see. Is that... Oh! Okay. Oh, saved. Thank you, Apollo. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. Oh, that is some headache avoidance. Thank you for the save. I expect to find unstuck buttons right when I press escape. So I didn't expect that. Thank you for the save. Hey, Mr. On, nice to see you. Okay, now you're not gonna betray me again this time, Airship, are you? How are you doing today, Mr. On? I just fell through my airship and then landed over in a whole different place. That's wild. Whoa. Is the airship controls a bit funky when it's damaged? Hopefully you're having a wonderful day, Apollo. Thank you for the save. I hope both sides of your pillow are cold like tonight. You started building a base pretty close to where your floating castles and stuff too? Hell yeah. Oh, I just parked it again immediately. That sounds pretty awesome. How's your base been coming along? I want to build more in sub 2, but I also want to wait. The pain of decisions. I need to make like 5 or so cables. Okay, don't go too fast. Wow, I didn't realize how long it takes for this thing to slow down. Oh, wow. Slowdown momentum is not very fast. I need to chill. My biggest problem is Celestine for the lamps. Yeah. Let's fix our airship before this breaks. Which needs copper as well, I think. Well, copper well spent. First of all, start by smelting all of this. Investing in electric fences or furnaces. Fences? That would be hilarious. Furnaces would be good. Found the hull chassis though. Very nice. First, I thought it was really bad, the hull chassis, but I really grew on, it grew on me. Electric fence by Scooby. Poor Scooby. We can't do that. Well, we can, technically, but we shouldn't. You still think it's very bad? I've really found a nice liking to it. Especially combining it with, like, the 2 extra, like, small crates and stuff. It does kind of make up for itself, but like it's still to be taken with a grain of salt if it's actually better or not. Like efficiency wise while carrying your stuff from point A to point B or collecting. But I enjoy it. For what it is. I don't even collect, to be fair. I just use the Axum mines. Yeah. I did collect like everything around my immediate like territory, right? So I got a pretty good use out of it. There's also like plots stuck in each other, but I don't have a problem with that. For some reason, I've been seeing so much Plants vs. Zombies content recently as well. Especially about that, like, Chinese fusion mod. Which does look really fun, but... I don't think I'm, like... I don't know if I want to commit to something like that. I don't even know if there's, like, a translation for that mod. That mod does seem neat. It does look super fun. A watermelon gives like 0 hunger, dude. What is this? That's a whole watermelon. I know watermelon isn't very filling, but god damn. Hi, lovely. Great to see you. How are you doing today? Oh, this is just iron. I thought it was copper as well. Could be very fun. Yeah, if it wasn't so god easy. Exactly. I love Plants vs. Zombies, and the game is super fun. But the problem is you can just shut your brain off because it's a game made for kids. Like, I can just shut my brain off and play the game. Which is, I guess, fair in its own sense, but I want something that actually, like, challenges me a bit. And I don't mean challenging because it's like Plants vs. Zombies 2 where you need to buy, like, the good plants or whatnot. I want a challenging PvZ. You're so EP? Dude, I feel you, though. I had 2 cappuccinos and 2 espressos today. The weather's doing... Yeah, the weather is destroying my head. Because it's so rainy and, like, dusky and everything. It's awful. And humid, everything. It's just making me so tired for no reason. Okay, where in the 9 hells do I find conduit crystals? Everywhere near where you are, like on the deeper floor. Eggs! Listen, melting is even worse if it gets over 30 Celsius, but I have no energy for anything. Wait, is it hot over there? I thought it was because it was so rainy and humid right now, but like just like medium temperature. That's why you're dead. A lot of caffeine. Yes, a lot of caffeine. Brain shutting off. Help me. I need glass, which means I'm gonna have to refurbish some of this like start of the greenhouse for now. Damn. So I need 2 more solar panels, which I can have like right now. And I need 2 cables. No, 3 cables. So no, yes, 4. 5. 15. Okay, 6 should cut it. 7 even. 6? No, 7. 6 or 9? No. No, it's rainy, but that's the alternative because of summer. Shut up. Hello? How are you talking? You can't talk like this to me. Mods? Show off what happens to people that act this way. You said the number? 6, 7? Or what number? 6 or 7? I've said it, like, I've made so many dumb jokes with this, like, mocking it at this point that I don't even hate that anymore. Like, I don't even despise it anymore. I don't really care. Yeah, I said it. Okay, let's make a battery. Mocking it. Well, initially we like made fun of it and how bad it was. Now I even started making some 6, 7 jokes. Mango mustard, am I right? Or whatever the hell it means. They dubbed it into the new Scary Movie. Oh, did they? They even added a 6, 7 joke to Rick and Morty now too. Yeah, it's clearly put in while the movie was edited. It's so lame. I still want to watch that. Battery time. Okay, we got enough cobbles. We even got battery. I would eat the mango mustard with some grilled cheese. Mango and mustard sounds like an obliviously awful combo. I don't think so. I would not put mustard on mango. That sounds ridiculous. Yeah, that sounds rancid. Oh. That sounds absolutely devilish. I hope you guys are super excited for the DSD world. And the drop event, everything. I really hope we can go through like CC, maybe even Fuel Weaver all on like the first day. But it's gonna be interesting because we're gonna start at 7 p.m. Because that's when the world is gonna go live probably. Because as you guys know, the update comes around usually at that time. 6 or 7 p.m. Sir, that sounds like you want to make a floor mess again? Well, I want to just get a crown early on. I'm no better than Shpyke. I told you, it's kind of like addictive, like to like jump in and like make those jokes as well. So close. Oh, whatever. You know what? Screw this. Just add a battery for this and do this individually. Maybe I should go with Winona so you can clean up right away. Your original plan is Woody, right? Look at that. The battery is now storing excess power. Does that mean if I actually turn this off that it goes faster? No. That doesn't look like it's going faster at all. Yeah, because Hot Monster Man, but maybe it's time to switch it up. I'm gonna play Wartox, I think, or Wigfrid to make the early game nice. I don't know who's gonna take care of Pearl, because if I'm Wartox, that's probably gonna be my job. Having Wigfrid early on for the equipment is so nice, though. 3% pickaxes everywhere. Hi, Nana. Good to see you. How's it going? The collector almost got me yesterday. Maybe on a silver, a mango donut with mustard filling is okay. Ugh, I don't know. How's it going, Nana? Like, one thing I don't really enjoy, well, I kind of enjoy playing Wigfrid, but the thing about Wigfrid is the equipment is so cheap in the beginning. You don't need pigskin, which makes it so easy to set up for, like, Dragonfly. I like doing Pearl, but I also wish to do Whirly things. Yeah, you know pretty well how to do Pearl too, which is nice. I don't know how much it would, how opposed you would be to doing that. Like you said, you'd also like to do Whirly things. And Pearl does kind of mess with that a little bit because you have to go out of your way to, like, focus on that instead. Who knows? Maybe we'll have someone else to do it. Pearl isn't hard. Everyone just hates it. It is not hard. Like, I've done it once for the speedrun world, and it's really not that hard. I just don't like doing it. I'm part of the problem. He gets beat by hiding under a rock. Why can't he reach under it? I hope they make him smarter in the future. Because he's supposed to be highly intelligent. Angel. I didn't bring the kidnapper bench. Well, this should just work now, even while I'm not here, for sand. And then we just need to harvest iron and copper regularly. And then we can get... If we do that, we can get more power set up and then more resources with more power. And if we have all the resources in the world, we'll just be able to, like, make anything we want. I kind of want to do that right now. Set up a bunch of resources. Oh my god. Wow. I'm good. I've been making decor for the miniature shelf you're working on. Ooh, that sounds fancy schmancy. Sounds like you've had a fun day so far. WX would be best for Pearl? I mean, wouldn't Warthogs be the best for the easy maneuverability just purely because of that? I mean, you're right though. WX is a really good starting character now more than ever. I used to often, or most of the time, start worlds as WX, and now it's better than ever too. Ugh. Warthogs is the best for everything, yeah. Except, like, actually DPSing. But Warthog still saves the most time because of his movement. Warthog is the delivery drone, exactly. Warthog doesn't need a delivery drone, he is the delivery drone. Yeah, and healing. He beats Wickford at healing, he beats Wanda at teleporting, he beats every movement character at movability. You considered WX for this world, but worlds... Yeah, I guess I'm probably going to go... Which characters were left for the random challenges? Let me open the spin the wheel. Plus, we're going to get new characters eventually, too. Right now, we still have Walter, Woody, Wickford, Winona, and Wolfgang on there. Oh, and Wirt. But the thing is, I really want to do both a Walter and a Woody world. Because I want to learn Woody, and I want to learn more about Walter, too. Yeah, we've done a lot. We've done Wigfrid. Oh, excuse me. We've done Wigfrid, Wilson, Wendy. Wait, did we do Wendy? No, we didn't do Wendy. Wendy is also still on the list. I removed Wendy because Flutter couldn't participate. Wilson, Willow, Wolfgang, WX, Wartox. Yeah, exactly. it's easy to forget the Wartox world because that took 2 seconds. WX again. We might as well do another WX world. The first one we did went so badly. Oh my lord. And now there's actually a full thing on the speedrunning world. We literally did every boss in the game. Will Wonky get a skill tree at some point? I really hope so, but it's hard to say what the developers have planned. We played it with the yucky, disgusting lunar side, which we like no one of us get any use out of. They're doing every skill tree as a singular skill tree update now, though, apparently. So they like all the skill trees coming now will be so much better than the older ones. So I really hope that they're going to like go back to the ones that they've already made and make those better too. Wirt deserves something that makes her actually unique and not just like some simple boring upgrades. You can't get any use out of it. I'm sure you can get some use out of it if you're creative. Well, this is nice. We need loads more iron, so let's just invest. Okay, are you guys ready for a hold left click competition? Who can hold left click the longest? 10 punching Woody Mooses sounds funny as hell. That's true. They can row now. They actually seem like the best part. That's crazy that that's the best. It seems like the best part. Personal robot pirate crew. See, that's kind of awesome for like different reasons. Oh, I can tab out so like it auto mines technically. Auto clicker when? I have those unbound. Can't wait for the Valheim worlds where I'll have like an auto jump button. Emotional support goose. Like half the beard and torch skills can be combined into 5 to 6 skills. Yeah, Wilson's skill tree was great and is still really cool, but it was great when no other character had a skill tree. I don't know, Wilson's skill tree was so nice when it was only him. Now it's just, again, so boring. Yeah, the torch skills are kind of nice and the beard skills are kind of nice, but they should just make those a little more condensed and give him more skills. Beard meatballs. I actually really missed the beards after our first world when we jumped into the Willow world. I genuinely missed the beard and all the skills like in combination with it. Willow was also really fun because I never really played Willow before, and Willow is super good. Iron ore. Fireball. Fireball. The stacking fireballs for heat and sanity was insane. The fact that that's possible is crazy. Okay, 1 iron pickaxe is worth about 5 iron, 6 iron, 7, 8, about 8 iron, so like minus, like about 5 posi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm sorry, 13. 14? 15 with 1 pickaxe. Don't put emphasis on it. Yeah, I'm sorry. The day 1 shadow chest pieces was awesome. I was very proud of ours for that because I've never done that before. I think I've done that. Well, I don't think I've ever really done that before. So that was hilarious. Doing it that fast, but that world was a mess because I mean it was just a mess. Let's do it on Thursday. Yippee! Let's please not. Don't let's not ruin our worlds. Then yeah, the funeral disaster. I want to prioritize Celestial Champion again. I want to prioritize CEC. And after that, is that a spider? No. What the hell is that? There's like some kind of net thing with like something in it, but it's tiny. That doesn't look like a spider. Oh, there's so much like spider nest stuff at the top of my room though. Like webbing stuff. Why is it shaking so much? There's not a lot of wind coming through my room. Is that just from the heat rising? No. Is that thing alive? Is that building is that like tiny black dot alive? Is it like shaking itself? What is that? A head crab? If that's a head crab, then it's a very small one. Is it like vibrating because of the heat that's rising from my like face cam lights? Well, that's definitely not a nice spot to be in, so sucks for that thing. My streamer is hallucinating. Sounds like the name of an anime. Yeah. Moist. Okay, it's starting. The mass production era is starting. We're about to mass produce, baby. We just doubled our iron speeds, our iron mining speeds. We're gonna do the same for copper in a bit. And then we're going to, we have 2 miners on sand, 2 miners on copper, 2 miners on iron. And then if I can up the copper and iron to 3, that would be insane, because then we'll actually get enough resources to build a lot. And then with all those resources that we'll gain from that, we're going to make smelters fueled with solar power. And then we're going to get really into it. We're going to constantly smelt resources. Then we're going to set up automated quartz mines for making batteries, so our solar power never goes out. Oh, you don't even know. You don't even know what we're going to do. What we're going to do. You got a fried banana with chocolate chip cookie. Oh, but topped with aioli. When can we use wind? No idea, but this game is called Solarpunk. So I'm assuming we're going to mostly use solar panels. This isn't wind punk. You want wind, you punk? You found the crystal? Yippee! And then I want to set up my automated greenhouse better with a lot of sprinklers. We also should explore the unexplored islands once I have all that stuff set up. So, what's up, Resto? So what? Am I out of copper again? Yes. You bled out. Wait, what? IRL or... in-game? IRL? How is that game, by the way? Bad joke. You've been giving me so many eggs. I need to build the cooking bench. Fun, but hard. I heard it's very difficult. It's also got some heavy thematics. Heavy mathematics. Okay, let's go harvest our copper. While at the same time visiting our robot friend. Do you guys like our robot friend? Do you guys like this guy, or do you guys got a bad feeling about this guy? Do you guys think he's gonna betray us? You guys think he's the final boss? Clanker. Don't say that. In this game, robots are friends. Immediately too, dude. You wouldn't call WX a clank. Well, probably you would, actually. Look, we repaired it. What? Vending machine. 500 tickets? For 3 additional airship colors. A bunch of decorative flowers to craft. More colors. Statues. Bonsai trees, decorative rocks, 2 forester skins, vending machine trophies. How do I get tickets? Locked. How do I get tickets? 0 vending machine tickets. Do I have to make a ticket machine? Like in Satisfactory? Research. Yes! Lights, finally! We can have indoor lights. Sensor still. Post box. Goods can be sent to the merchants. For vending machine tickets. Transport drone. WX skill tree. Windmill. Algae. Oh, I need all of this. Risk of rain reference. We need the lights, post box, transport, windmill. The sensor thing is also nice, but I don't need that as much right now. Maybe WX Heart is the final boss. True. 20 sunflowers, 20 cobalt, 32 glass, 2 raspberry muffins. I think I still have those, or did I eat them? I think I only got 1 muffin. Muffin. Oh, I wanted to harvest the... well, I'm gonna harvest the copper on the way back. Let's harvest the Zand. I have to remember to slow down the airship early. Like now. The momentum carries so far. Dude. That was about perfect. In the final boss. No, okay. This battery's been doing well. The sand production is going well. Excellent. Eggs Benedict. The sun is falling. The sun is falling sounds a bit brutal. The sun is like setting. The sun is falling. Salted glass takes too long? I don't think it does. I like things like that taking some time because it makes you feel like you're actually doing passive work on that stuff, which is good. Okay. Ooh, that was a good slowdown. Could have gone a little farther, but that was good. Too tilled to dock. The sun is falling in my heart. My heart. I loved her. I want a bit more copper. I want a bit more copper. We work to earn the right to work. To earn the right to work. To earn the right to live. To earn the right to buy. Manual labor! Oh, solar power went out. Boo! My passive copper. Why are we 16 and heartbroken emo? Why not? Hydroelectric and thermal are so good. Yes. Hydroelectric, thermal, and solar power is always the peak of Subnautica. We work to earn the right to work. Trying to make 13 or 18 thermal power stations? Yes. I got like 40 or something set up in my base. We earn the right to twerk. We earn the right to twerk. The Stupendium songs are always amazing. Amazing, yes. To earn the right to live. To earn the right to buy. Sorry. I'm getting carried away. I'm singing for free again. Maybe I like singing. Maybe I like it. That's the way, I like it. That's the way, I like it. That's the way. Okay, let's go home. The moon is at its pinnacle. The moon is rising rather fast, isn't it? Like, look at the speed that thing's going up at. Do you work to earn the right to work, to earn the buy, to yourself, to right to live, to earn the right to die? Yeah. Something like that. I swear I heard them in the new trailer, which is true, is amazing. Clockwork Revolution. Also, did anyone watch the Nintendo Direct and give me like a run me down of the most important announcements? I think the most important one was there's like a new Deltarune chapter coming or something. Time to get bioscanning. Deltarune. I know that's gotten like a lot of people excited. Maybe it's my time to finally start playing Deltarune and Undertale and streaming those after 5 million years. Nah, it's Nintendo. Silksong wasn't there? Do you really want the Silksong announcement to be on Nintendo? So, they made another trailer for Duskbloods, which is the FromSoft game exclusively coming to Switch, which I hate. I can't even play it because it's exclusively coming to Switch too, so that's not happening. That's going to be have to be a FromSoft game I'll actually skip. Yeah, when is Silk Song coming out? And all I know is that there's like a new Deltarune chapter, I think. D gifted me Deltarune, and like the new chapters are just free updates, right? Hey, Eggsy, what's good? How are you doing today? Silk Song's never coming out, dude. Good, we already have the raspberry muffins. I don't even need to make those. I'm doing quite good. That's incredible news. I'm glad to hear that. We have that much wheat. Let's make some more bread. You had your third final exam today. I'm having my last one in a week. God damn, good job. Hopefully everything goes over very well. And hopefully you'll pass easily. Gotta walk the Doge. Sounds good. You have a nice time with your Doge. Oh, the sunflowers look so pretty. They look so pretty. You hope so too? I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Let's see what creature lets me dash. No creature. You have that from the beginning. The electric or energy furnace costs silicone. Okay, well, our priority lies... Wow, these are expensive. Our priority lies in one more drill for each source. Silly clown. And then I want to make a silicone drill, because the faster we get all these drills set up in an environment here and make a lot of like copper and iron, the more we'll be able to place future drills, make solar panels and other power sources like that. So it's quite importante. Importante. I can also waste some pickaxes, like stone pickaxes, to just manually make some more stuff. Just to use our stone to kind of as a recycled version to just like chop some more iron down from here. We get a whopping 20 hits per pickaxe hit, or per pickaxe on this vein. Yarf. Garfield. You have returned? Well, welcome back, buddy. Wow, we have a lot of copper in here. And we're making a good bit of glass, which is good, because that means I don't need to recycle my greenhouse for a second. I've been recycling my greenhouse the whole damn time right now just to make all the stuff that I need, which I don't need to do anymore. But we're producing so much glass now with 2 auto mines, which is huge. It's crazy how this is one of those games where you don't need a weapon the whole time with you, which is awesome. I'm sick of pure violence gaming. The Subnautica community when you can't kill a creature that doesn't do anything to you. I hate this game. Game sucks, dude. I need to kill things. I saw a video a couple days ago. It was like, Subnautica 2, we're against harming creatures in the environment. POV Subnautica 1, and they show like someone like knifing creatures and stuff like that. It's like, bro, what kind of argument is this? It's almost like those are 2 different games and they're like going to the direction of you not harming the environment now. I never understood that. I mean, everyone play the game how you want, but I never understood going into like a prawn suit and then going to kill every leviathan that's around you. I never understood the point behind that, because it's just like great, now there's like nothing Like one of the most enjoyable parts of the entire game is now gone. Every single time I've streamed Subnautica on TikTok so far, people always ask me like why I don't kill the Leviathans or why I haven't killed them or that how they have killed those. And I'm just like why would I? Why would I kill them? There's no drop or anything in the first game. There's zero reason to kill them. Zero. I mean, I've killed I've killed some creatures in that game before. And the creatures I've killed were either by accident or ambields, so it was justified. But ambields are also like gigantic hit points, so it takes forever. I'll definitely kill stalkers, yeah. But I prefer, even though I have killed people, even though I've killed creatures in-game, stalkers in-game, and like the ambields and whatnot, I could never, I don't want a different approach. I prefer the fact that we can not do that in Subnautica 2 now. I prefer the fact that it's not a thing that we can just do. I am happier with the fact that we can't hurt things. But they said they were working on like diversions and other things that you can use to like distract creatures more, like better and easier, more conveniently. That's where all the Aurora survivors went. So I'm curious what they're going to do for that. People are probably mostly upset because how obnoxious stuff like mangoes are. Exactly. Killing them is just a bad solution. And that's why the devs had said they're working on like alternatives and better tools to deal with those. If we could at least parry them or like more easily get them away from us. Properly away. Not like, okay, you got them away for 5 seconds and then they're back again. Away. It wouldn't be a problem. If we could like do like maybe plant something in the ground that deters certain creatures from going near you or whatever, like those like things that you've planted, or the opposite, like lures that you can plant around so they huddle more around those environments. Problem solved. 2 drills. Wait, each drill needs 100 power, right? I like the sea truck deterrent mod or whatever. Each drill needs 120 power. Each solar panel is producing 100 power. Okay, well, for 2 drills, that's 240 power, which means we only need 3 solar panels. So we can technically plant another drill right here without needing more solar power. Hi, Blue. Are you full of solar power too? And that means 4 solar panels is enough for 3 drills, so we don't need to make extras. So I already have 4 solar panels set up. I still only... Did I have 2 copper miners already now or not? I forgot. I have 4 solar panels set up by the glass already, so I can add another drill there. I don't even remember. I gotta check in a sec. I still need more solar panels anyways, and I want more batteries. Okay, let's make 2 more drills. 1 for copper, 1 for sand, and 2 for quartz. You will need 4 as solar panels only give 70 when not midday, which is most of the time. Oh, so they do give 70 otherwise. Well, okay, that's fixable if I make a battery, though, for these. You made the same mistake. Good that you point that out. So I've just conveniently... Because I thought they only gave 70. Because that's what I had in my brain, the 140 formula for 2. So I just need to make batteries to fix that as an issue. Thank you. So let's make a battery for this already. Time to go to the shallows. Bread. I'm out of copper again, aren't I? Oops, all out of copper. Battery or other form of power? I mean, other form of power I don't have unlocked yet. I could do a generator, but that's not good enough. Okay, well, let's move. I should store some stuff, seriously. I need to make a better storage room. In the future. In the future. Where the future is bright. I can't think of a rhyme. So I'm going to climb. The future. It's a feature of the future. Almost 450. Hell yeah. Now to not kill my ship and die in the process. Let's check the other island nearby here as well for what I can get there. Okay, I have still a lot of momentum. Let's work on calming the momentum down and approaching the dock at a smaller pace. Don't want to get myself hurt. We can dock from pretty far. Okay, you're doing your job. Because I have the battery here, I can already add the, like, drill here and not have any issues. Because not only at peak day are these producing enough, but the battery should, I hope, suffice for both nighttime as well as midday time, or not midday time. Well, we'll find out. Air resistance is a funny thing. Physics in general is a funny thing, isn't it? It's a scary thing. Scary thang-a-lang. Wow, Black Betty, thang-a-lang. Wow, Black Betty, thang-a-lang. Black Betty had a child. Sorry. The urge just incite me to, like, just sing to every pop culture reference song that I can think of. During the dentist appointment, one of the songs that was playing while they were, like, working at my teeth was, hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Love that song. The water is sprinkling down from here. You hate solo leveling? I think it was pretty fun. Berries, some more sunflowers. Do we have any ore veins here? I mean, I wouldn't mind even some repeating. Oh, oink oink! Huh? Oinky! Climby, climmy. Oinker. A porker. You're for truffle searching. Your favorite food is probably carrots. I can make a pig shelter. Can you rename the animals? Yeah, you can give them name tags. Eat him. No, we need him for truffles so we can get rich quick. And then invest in crypto and Bitcoin. There's still a elevated part of this island. Angry Birds theme song. Oh, well, we're gonna have to fly home without a boost in a second because it's getting night. Is there water wheels in this? We're gonna have to find out. I'm unlocking things at the moment, or slowly working myself through the unlocks. I really, once I have those drilled set up, I really want to focus on some building projects as well. And getting the indoor lights finally so I can make those. Sunflower? 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 Not the raft stairs. The raft stairs. Sunflower. Okay, well, I can't see anymore. And if I can't see, neither can you guys, so... Nighttime! Okay, that's cool. This island seems to be nice. We have a piggy here. I can't say I've done that before in Raft. But I do want to play Raft again. Okay, let's check out the other mini island that we unlocked. Okay, let's go on a trip on our little rocket ship. I guess this thing can't run out of power? Even though I'd imagine this being like a solar-powered ship, it would be able to run out of power too, but I guess not. We have to fly all the way over there. He wants to play every game. Well, except most shooter games and most, like, dating sims. Most of everything. I just want to play every survival game. It's okay, one day. One day. One day. One day. Upsy downsy, upsy downsy, upsy. Okay, what do we have over here? Anything interesting? There's a cave. Too tilted to dock. Still very much nighttime, but that doesn't deter me from exploring this place. We got a crate. Another animal transporter. Wow, I'm full of crap. Wow, I'm very full of just crap, actually. Wow. Carrots. Look at this. We actually have a cave system in this one. Oink. Oink, oink. There's some iron ore and stuff. I think that's clay. There's 2 oinkers, so they can procreate. Another crate. Cable. Oh, free cable. Why are you tilted, dude? Why are you sideways? Snickers? That's your name? Well, these guys really make me want to eat the pigs. I do like me some good pork. He exists to be eaten. Well, we'll have to let him at least procreate once, so we don't run out of, like, pigs. Give me that. Okay, I have an actual pickaxe again now. Might as well bring that iron ore with me. I mean, I need it. It's free ore. It's free real estate. I don't have any... well, it's fine. Let's eat the bread, and then I can bring the wheat. I like to bring the wheat. Is there anything else on this island I haven't seen? I don't think so. I don't think so. This island is very small. There's no ore vein. Oh, there's my cluttered mess. There's nothing like that. Iron ore. Iron ore. And you are just clay, right? Yeah. Well, I don't need to bring that. I still have plenty. And I can't build with brick yet. There's some more iron. It's pitch black. This cave is so dark. Pizza. Pizza. I want some pizza. I need to make self-made pizza again with my high protein dough. It's so delicious and it's super high protein. I just mix like skyr yogurt with what's it called? Flour into a dough. And because the skyr yogurt is like 12 grams of protein per 100 grams of yogurt, it turns into like a really high protein dough, which is also still really good for pizza. And then I usually make my own pizza sauce with tomatoes, as well as fresh basil and garlic that I blend together with some spices. And then I throw either salami, cheese, usually mozzarella, or chicken on there. An interview, poggers. What's my Discord link? Discord should pop up in the chat already because I said it, but it's also just ! Discord or in the panels below. The copper is more important than cotton seeds because we can make seeds ourselves now. And we can just plant a decorative plant right here. Look at that. Aw, isn't that cute? Decorative plant on the battery. Damn, it's still not daytime after all this time that I spent dilly-dallying everywhere. It's about to be daytime though. It's getting brighter for sure. It's definitely getting brighter. The solar panels are not receiving power yet, but it's getting noticeably brighter by the second. My in-game character just pulled a 24/7, or well, 24... an all-nighter. There you go. Finally, words. England. Englandia. There you go. Now the solar panels should be kicking it up again. Right? No? You are lazy. With all these new materials, I should start working on a couple things. I should start working on solar panels and potentially... Well, I need to set up the... I gotta set up a couple things. I gotta set up the auto quartz mine so I can make more batteries to make everything more efficient and have that resource. But solar panels for an automated sprinkler system and everything like that is gonna be important. There's so many things that are going to be importante. Ads are over. Well, thank you for watching the ads. I get like 0.00 cent out of that. 0.001 cent out of that. Or something. We take those, we take those. I'm just gonna plant some carrots here right now. I don't have a sprinkler set up here, but it's fine. The rain gets it, except these are not gotten by the rain, which is a shame. Sunflower. What am I gonna do with all these sunflowers right now? That's the real question. Do I have a reason to grow sunflowers? I think I need them later for the robot man. I think I can turn them into alternate animal feeds. Let's make animal feeds, better animal feeds. With better animal feeds, we can now turn wheat and sunflowers into 3 at once. Wheat and corn, wheat and tomato, wheat and paprika, wheat and carrots. Oh. Show feeds. Listen, if you can't see like all the things that I just said, or if you're just not purposefully listening, then I can't help you, Springtrap. carrots and wood. Setting up a pig place would be nice, or a general animal place. Glass. Okay, 4 solar panels again would be nice to have them working constantly for the quartz. And I do have a dock already set up there that goes to it, I think. We can make some more bread too. Holy glass, iron, copper. We're probably gonna need more copper though. Copper, copper, copper. I'm also gonna need more furni to just smelt everything at this point. Let's make some wax briquettes as well for smelting, I think. I guess I'm gonna make a couple more furnaces for the time being. I just need them right now. I'm entering my industrial area. Yeah, and it's not even satisfactory. Okay, these are temporary. Let's take some of the cloth we've made and the ton of honey that we have. Turn all of that into wax briquettes. I need to grow... Oh my god, I still have so much cotton and honey left over. Let's make some more. And then we're gonna do bam, 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 bam. And then we're gonna do this, that, this. Do this, do that. Actually, let's grab half of these, half of this. Then split it into 3 stacks. 1, 2, 3. 9. Bam. 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 Okay, this is a little bit more, but that's fine. We need way more copper. So I did only still have 1 drill over there, so we want to make sure to like use the first solar panels and stuff on there. Let's see, can I build solar panels and a battery right now? Do I have enough materials for that? I think so. 2 solar panels and a battery. Well, technically I only need 1 solar panel more and a battery for the copper. Unless I place 3 drills there. Which would be the preferred thing. Then I should make 2. Headphones, some headphones, so I can actually listen to the game sounds while I acquire foods. The game. Trademarked by the game company. Who's the game company? Yes. Okay, battery. And then I can only make 1 more solar panel. That's fine. That should be plenty. Because then I have 300 power max. Yeah, you know, that's it's not fine. But it's okay. We can let the battery charge and do some pre-work on it. The game. We'll just have 2 drills working at once for now. Can I offload this here for you, buddy? Thank you. More inventory space. Less problems. Okay, we've got the cables. We've got the drill. I can't get more copper right now. I'm out coppered. So we'll have to make 1 more trip before I can like finish everything up the way I want to. I also want to make an advanced dock on that island so I can speed to it too. It's not far away, but I want to do it. I also want to do supply drones so I can have everything automatically delivered to me. Don't question the company, TM. You may never be heard from again. The company TM that owns all the companies that own all the other companies. Nestle 2.0. John Company. Lethal Company? Wow, I can really make those guys cuddle. Cuddle buddies. Okay, I can only make them cuddle like that. Well, no. Come on, I just had it. You need to tap out. Your bed is calling. Have fun, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, lovely. It is always our pleasure. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream and spending time hanging out, having fun, and just vibing with us. It's always a pleasure. Much love. Thank you for being here. Tis wonderful. So we're producing 300 power at max. These are using 240 power. We have a battery, but sadly we can't, like, unless the battery's full, we can't, unfortunately, make use of 3 drills yet, because it's immediately going to dry our battery. Oh, mod anniversary. 6 month arenos. Thank you so much. Love you too, Flutter. Thank you for the 6 months of moderatorship. That is incredible. Yes, see, it's just going to run out. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the love and the support. Okay, I kind of ruined everything now. There we go. Can we get some love for Flutter? Okay, now you... Yeah, now you're working again. The battery's charging too? Should be charging. We are making a surplus amount of power right now. Wait, what? 240. If they're making 70, then... Oh, no, they might be making 210 right now. They might not be making full power right now. Glad to be of service. Glad to have you. It doesn't feel like it's charging faster, even if the whole power is dedicated to it. Let's see. 3... 4, 5. Well, now, no, wait, no, that would mean that it's going down. So 70 power is cut off from this now. Let's see how it's going now. I take that back. I think it does matter. Okay, I don't know when the solar panels are at peak efficiency. I sadly didn't bring a diagnostic bench with me to see exactly. That's okay. We have 3 drills already here. Then I want to make another drill. It's okay. I want to make a lot more drills, but we're making the things that lets us, like, automate the process of making drills, so it's fine. If that makes sense. I think that does make a lot of sense. Should make a lot of sense. Okay, let's hold left click simulator TM. This game is so addictive though. Good, yes, do your check-ins. Let's get a lot of copper. Copper? I hardly know her. I want to drink a coffee for the taste. I don't have decaf though. I want to try the elephant poop coffee or the wildcat poop coffee. There's got to be a reason it's a delicacy, right? Even though delicacies are usually always kind of disgusting. Are you working in the morning? No. But I don't want to, like, drink a coffee this late at night. I don't want to, like, I've kind of been sleeping earlier again, which is nice. And I don't want to ruin everything again. I'm catching up with sleep finally. I slept like 10 hours and I was still, like, kind of tired. Today, I need to do a lot more. Then it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, buddy. It does matter. I need to go get a regular sleep schedule with, like, healthy sleeping times. Mr. Works in Healthcare. Don't be spouting that stuff on your healthcare exams. Healthcare man is telling me to, like, drink a coffee at 11 p.m. Does that mean once you're done with, like, all your healthcare education, we can come to you with all our awkward, like, healthcare questions? There you go. Okay, you are going positive still, which means you're at 300 power creation right now. Good. So I can just, like, no. I know a streamer who I'm, like, acquainted with that is a doctor, like, a full-on doctor in the Netherlands. And, like, they told us before that, like, they're, like, everyone would just come to them with their problems, like, sent them pictures of their, like, butt and stuff like that to, like, look at it and whatnot for medical, like, stuff. It's like, dude, oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. She wanted none of it. And I don't blame her. And slow down. Still too fast. Wah! Ba 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 la 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 la. A doctor is not your doctor. Yeah, plus, like, it's not like they're doing doctor work also because they're getting paid for it. They're not like your everyday doctor. Okay, Uni, whatever, dude. Go bark, dude. Whatever, seriously. I'm just glad you didn't, like, I'm just glad you didn't see the bubblegum one. That was like a few days ago where I actually switched the G with a C. Yeah, I accidentally did that and oh, it's so bad. Those who were there during the Pacific Drive, that was great for everyone that saw that. That comes with some interesting imaginary things, doesn't it? Okay, well, the battery's gonna get its use out of it now. It's not fully charged up yet, so I guess we'll see if it's gonna last long enough. Well, okay, while I died, how much copper was produced in the meantime? Hello? Shouldn't you be... Isn't the whole point of the battery to be on while it's nighttime and stuff? What the hell are you doing? Do you need a direct connection to the drills instead? No. What the hell is the point of you then? If you're not shut on at nighttime. What the... What about the sand ones then? Gosh, is that one running? Wait, what the what do I have a battery for? I thought the whole point of the battery was that you run when it's nighttime. Can you not put out enough wattage? Is that it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Well, that's stupid. That means I literally need like 3 batteries or 2 because I need to use a power monitor to check because otherwise it's not going to work at nighttime. That's actually stupid. That's actually, sorry, that's a bad game, like that's bad game development in my opinion. That's horrible. I have a power storage solution and then it can't even like provide power. It shouldn't matter how much it outputs. It should just matter like how much is in it and whatever it needs it takes, and that like depletes at the like rate that it takes it at. Like there's no point of having a power storage solution if all of that power storage like can only output enough power for one device. That's bad. Maybe we'll get a different solution for that, but I don't know, that's bad. Then there's no point in making batteries except to like do the midday stuff. Or like the over the other times of day. Well, I guess I skip nighttime most of the time anyways, but still, that's kind of that could have been designed better. Starting to be a doctor studying medical? No, healthcare, yeah. For the doctor, that's a different person. That was Misty. I don't think Uni's trying to become a whole doctor, though. But healthcare. How's it feel to be in healthcare? Are you feeling the pain? Are you excited for the new Spyro game, Uni? Maybe they have regulations. I'll get to do what the frick I want. Ugh. I don't know if you're big into Spyro, Uni. So, I'm huge into Spyro. Huge. My eggs? The new game I'm so unsure about. It feels it stays true, but doesn't at the same time. It does feel like they're going less from like especially a level-based approach to like They're trying to go with the same open world thing that most games are going with nowadays, which is very interesting. Also, the seemingly like perma flying seems interesting for a Spyro game. But we'll have to, I guess, see, because we've only got a glimpse of the footage. So it's going to be curious. It definitely feels a little different from your average Spyro, but it looks really nice. But it definitely doesn't feel like the best all the Spyros. We'll have to see how it turns out. I gotta finally properly play the remastered trilogy. I have had that for a while, but I've like not fully played it. I used to play a lot of the DS Spyros. I also miss Jack and Dexter. I used to even play the Dexter only game on PSP. It was really good. Okay, I need another solar panel, but then again, I need more batteries too. Where is the power thing right now? There it is. I don't have what it takes to make a battery. I'm just gonna take the power preview with me then. Still kind of sucks that it doesn't work over nighttime. I guess we might need 2 batteries per. We're gonna have to figure that out in a second. You're gonna go run a shower real quick? That sounds like a plan. You get showered. Get yourself clean right now. Okay, 5 million copper is burning. I wanted to make another drill, and then I need like 3 solar panels. Preferably, at least. 4 would be better. We'll see what we can make in a second. I think I still have iron left over. It's still not high daytime enough for these all to be mining. That's crazy. I definitely see that I need way more battery stuff. Otherwise, it's just not going to work properly. That's crazy. It might be more efficient to just have 2 drills working right now then. Okay, let's do... We have 1 for the copper area, and then I need 4 more. Yay! Of course those have to exist, right? Crazy, crazy stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Goddamn, solar economy has never been this good before. I have 11 eggs too. Delicious eggs. Hey, welcome back, Tape. How was therapizing? How was the therapy? Terracotta pie, terracotta pie. What does a therapy taste like? Egg? Yeah, Shpyke time, baby. Shpyking it. Shpyking it, I'm shpyking it, I'm shpyking it, yeah. So we can't do 3 drills over there, but we can do 2 drilla. The grilla of the woods. And cable time. Let's make a couple sets of extra cables. And then, like, we're gonna mine this stuff for silicone now so we can kit everything out with batteries. Okay, this is gonna come with me too. And it's raining, so kiss every bit of solar power goodbye. Every bit of solar power is now gone. But my crops are happy, so I'm happy. Solar power is deleted. The house is looking great. Thank you. We're also getting to... I started working on a greenhouse. I made like a little fenced-in area for the smelters, like a little berry area. And I'm also going to... I can soon make lights indoors with power. And I can also soon make delivery drones and everything like that to like streamline a lot of stuff more. I've also got to get pics soon. Okay, nice. Good parking. There's a lot of things that I'm unlocking, and I need to catch up with everything, which is why I'm taking... Oh. I'm working on making 5 billion production stuff. Instead of like 1 drill on each vein, I have 3 drills on each vein now, and I even tapped sand for glass because the greenhouse is expensive. Okay, the battery is able to provide 200 power, so we need 2 batteries per thing. Okay, whatever. Okay, once the rain is over, it's gonna work, but till then, yeah, no. Okay, well, that's fine. Let's ignore that for now. Let's set up 2 drills at the quartz area. Zand. And then we're going to... The rain's probably going to be over soon. Ow. This is why wind power is important too, to eventually set up, which I can unlock soon. I don't know if I should unlock drones first or wind power. Probably wind power, but that probably needs cobalt. And I don't have an automatic cobalt stuff set up, and I don't have an automatic... So that the drones will need that too, so we'll find out. How am I feeling today? I would say I'm doing fine. I was tired as hell. I was a little down earlier, but I'm better now. Oh boy, and I'm dead. Oh. Hey, it's fine. That actually didn't take any damage. It took 0 damage. Getting my teeth like chipped away at, even though I don't hate that feeling like we talked about at the beginning. And on good news though is because of all the stuff that was happening, like the sponsorship was nice, but the biggest bonus was all the people in the chat. Looking at people like Uni, JCL, Harry, Yoshi and stuff like that, I can definitely pay my health insurance stuff without problem this month, and maybe probably even next month, and be safe. Maybe I'll even be able to purchase something for my own want again and desire, which is crazy, because people like JCL, Harry, Uni, Yoshi just throw way too much stuff in. Everybody on the whole damn leaderboard. I was supposed to buy bananas and granola at the grocery store and didn't buy neither because I forgot, and I still overspend somehow. I bought 5 bananas and a honeydew melon. Okay, well, we have this set up now. Let's auto mine some stuff of this too. Because I really would like to have some of that. Raspberries are so peak. Blueberries are also one of the S tier fruits because they make you poop. They really help you poop. They're really good for that. Let's make 3 pickaxes. I don't know why, but the thought of fizzy carbonated milk just came to mind. Like the psychopaths that like sparkling water. You mean sparkling water like I'm drinking right now? Psychopath? Whatever, dude. It's the only way to drink water. Well, I like both ways of drinking water. Do you know who you're talking to? I drank half a liter of Pilk in one go, Uni. Because I liked the taste. I drank half a liter of Pilk and just gulped that down. Because it tasted really delicious. Like a nice, Coke float. Yeah, the sponsorship was great. $54 out of a possible $78 is crazy good. And I mean, just for playing Minecraft, which is something I like doing anyways, once we have Aya set up, and I hope I can get the next wave of the sponsorships they roll out because they're gone so fast. I really want to try and get in on that again, and I can just stream Aya as usual. Or like what I would do anyways to get money for it. I try to avoid normal milk, so the Pepsi soya milk, Poya, if you will, actually slapped so hard. It tastes super good. I bought almond milk for myself again to like mix into my black coffee. I say as I immediately made only cappuccino in the last few days with normal cow's milk. I'm trying to avoid normal cow milk because it's like... It's really... I like the taste. I love it. But I try to avoid it. Tilk? Ugh. How much are you willing to pay for me to try Taki's milk? It's a matter of how much it'll get me. I'll consider doing it. Ooh, nice. But how much will that actually like net me? They avoid it as I lactose? Oh, that's awful. I don't lactose at all. I just don't like the bloating from milk. And then there's all the people that drink unpasteurized milk. Ugh. I used to apparently drink raw milk as a kid. My mom told me that sometimes, like at the kindergarten, they had raw milk, and me and my brother would drink that. If you bloat from milk, you might be lactose intolerant. You underestimate how much milk I drink. I can handle my toes pretty well. At least I've never had problems with it. Maybe I do have lactose intolerance and I've just always powered through it. Who knows? Maybe I've been secretly lactose intolerant my entire life. That would kill me though. I mean, I would just continue eating or drinking or eating milk products and whatnot. But that would really make me so sad. I would never fully recover, I think. I was supposed to get tested if I have lactose intolerance or other things. Uh-oh, there was the noise again. Does that mean I'm gonna fall through my airship again? No, not this time. So, do you feel very therapized, Tape? Are you feeling at the top of the morning? Sorry, buddy, I'm gonna have to remove one of the cables here. The battery actually can do it. Did you give your therapist the test? Did you test your therapist? If my therapist knew I made the test, she'd make me go to get tested. Does your therapist know about your werewolf obsession? And your Ryan Gosling obsession, everything? Wow, that took damage, but like slamming at full speed before didn't? She does. Does she sometimes like reference your werewolf like enthusiasm? Wow, werewolf enthusiasm is one way to put it. You seem very enthusiastic about werewolves. If she does, it's all I'll talk about. I doubt it. Well, why not? We had to steer off movies today because we were just talking about movies for a bit. God, if I was a therapist, I'd probably like accidentally like lose my time talking to someone and then crap, appointment's over. Well, shucks, I got paid for it, but sorry for your mental health, dude. But how would you resist the forbidden fruit? Okay, we're finally making resources, which is nice. We're finally producing resources at a comfortable pace. Okay, now we're gonna have to make a lot of batteries. Damn, I have 5 billion wheats. Her own favorites today? What were her favorites? Make muffin. I have muffin. I need to save some of the muffin, though. I need carrots right now. I need to make sprinklers and everything, too. And I want to finish the greenhouse. That's the next priority, so we consistently grow crops of all kinds. That's the whole reason I started this whole shebang. Welcome back again. Back again. Welcome back. You're back again. Yeah, this sucks. I need to really... Without a battery, this really sucks. You got some late night food? Nice. Oh, it's already 11:30. Damn, if I want to eat something, I should do it soon. Okay, we can make a battery for this here already. She likes Wuthering Heights as a book. Interesting. High school's are determined to make you read the most depressing books in school. So she talked about she liked Wuthering Heights. Now the movie was just not even comparable because it watered it down so bad. That sucks. You want to know what the last book I think I read was? I think I talked about this before, but I'm pretty sure it was Greg's Diary. I did start the audiobook of Lord of the Rings, though, if that makes up for anything. Well, it does, because it's Lord of the damn Rings. I love Lord of the Rings. So peak. Yeah, your quiz called you down bad. I can make the weather station, which would not be bad to have, but I really want to focus on making the batteries now. And you were like talking about how people have media literacy because anymore, like the movie Half Nelson would get so much criticism because the main character is so problematic and awful. Like, guys, just because the guy isn't good doesn't mean the movie isn't good. Like, I hate that recently. Like, oh, dude, protagonist is a bad person. Yeah, it's almost like this wants to make you think about like the life and put you in a perspective of a life of a bad person. It's almost like that's the whole point. Like, oh, I hate this movie because it's about a bad person. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Not every movie protagonist is this, like, exceptional, super good guy. Besides, like, it's just that's just honestly, if anything, being, like, I love heroism and I love being, like, hero media. Like, that's not a secret. I'm a big superhero kind of guy and, like, doing stuff for the good. But if you didn't, like, the more realistic approach is flawed people. And especially, it's very important, like, look at Avatar, The Last Airbender, for example. Everyone loves Sokka, but Sokka was an absolute jerk and, like, sexist at the beginning of the series. And the whole point of him was that he had character development and changed and became a likable person. And even then, there were still people like that specifically stayed like unlikable. Sure, what's up, Angry? And that's why characters were so well written in Avatar: The Last Airbender, because every character had major flaws that they worked on throughout the series. Like, some characters were too childish, like Aang. Toph was too full of herself and didn't want to rely on others. Sokka was kind of the same. Like, you know? It's always so upsetting when people are like, oh, dude, I hate this movie because this guy was a bad person. That's the point. Would you rather be a tall bird or a marauder for the rest of your life? Tall bird. Marauders, I'm scared that someone will, I'm looking at Cup heavily with this one, that, like, someone will burn my, like, home down. If you choose Marauder, I am coming. Whoa, 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 buddy. You're what now? It's supposed to have character development, but the end, it's rough because it's not perfect. It's like mimic the vicious cycle of that stuff. Like, I always find it kind of sad when you have like unique written characters and it's just like I said, like written off because it's like not a good guy. Sure, I don't necessarily, I won't like this person, but like that's the whole point, is that to not like this person, right? Okay, it was carrots, cobalt, glass. Would you rather be a marauder or skitter squid? Skitter squid, I think. No one really kills, well, I kill skitter squids sometimes. I house skitter squids in my kitchen all the time. Question for you, Angry. Would you rather, like, pass away out of a whim or join us on Thursday? Battery. I'm busy on Thursday now. I forgot. What did you do? Because my mom changed plans today. Oh. Well, you can still join in the later days. That way you'll also be, like, spared the stressful part of the DSD world. She was gonna visit tomorrow, but she's visiting Thursday now. Aw, damn. Zam. I gotta collect some cobalt. I could immediately make drills there, too. I have, like, all the resources now. The silicone looks so interesting in my inventory. But I have to learn, yeah. And sadly, you can't even watch then to, like, get, like, a grasp of what we're doing. Who knows, maybe you'll be working, unfortunately? Damn. Maybe you can still rewatch the VODs? I'm not sure. I'll try to play the week straight, except for Sunday, where we'll do something with the boys, probably. Can you believe that, Cup? You're gonna be the person I send towards Angry's location, Cub. Since I think he's a marauder. Would you rather be a marauder or the spider on Lunar Islands? Why are you trying to even make me think about wanting to be a marauder? That's crazy talk. You're comparing things to the literal worst option. Oof. Okay, let's make 2 solar panels and a drill. And that way we can start mining cobalt too now. I would like to make a smart dock, but I can't do that. Smart dock is going to cost you too much copper. It's okay, I'm mining a lot of copper now. Would you rather stub your toe or die? Ooh, it depends on how heavy I stub my toe. What's the little lizard called that I like? Oh, Salamander? Bedtime? Oh, don't worry. Take good care of yourself, Uni. Thank you so much for being here. Sent you a gift in the DMs? Wait, what? Clip out of context. Wait, what is this? What you do? I can handle my toes pretty well. Okay, whatever. Whatever, dude. Look at the captions now. I can handle my toes pretty well. Oh my god. I can handle my toes pretty well. Thanks for the present. You sleep well. Take care of yourself. Watch your back. Wormwood's best skin. I love Wormwood's skin selection. Wormwood is one of the characters with the best skins ever to begin with. Wormwood is just peak. Hopefully we have some Wormwoods tomorrow too to make us like farming stuff. Oh, repair kits. Fine, I'll make one of those real quick. I could also... Oh, no, I can't make an advanced dog because then I have to power it. Okay, let's go on a resource run where we pick up resources. And also get a lot of kobolds. I'm gonna need 3 personal wormwoods to get pepper for me. Oh my god, you're right. We're gonna have actual seasonings. We're gonna have seasoned food to like stampede through bosses. I can deliver the carrots already. Let's go on a resource run. I might want to make some pickaxes, like stone pickaxes or metal pickaxes. As if 12 Wilsons was any different in DPS. I mean, of course, 12 players, yeah, but... Now imagine 12 players with spice. Also, who knows how many players we're even going to be? I don't know how many people we are. Girl. I guess 2 iron pickaxes should be fine. Preferably, I'd like to make 3. Damn, I need to go power resource farm. This game is so addictive to just resource farm, but then again, I enjoy farming materials to begin with. I'm a material farmer and I'm proud. I love, like, just farming stuff. Tons of stuff. Classic, the 24 players, day 1 at -50 per day. Yeah, that's how it usually goes, isn't it? Fun. Okay, so wait, no, the kobold was behind us. Sadly, it's the truth. You lose like half the player base after the day 1, and no one comes back. Hey, Cliff, what's good? Just gonna make sure to set up the server tonight. Life's good? Awesome. My hair feels so soft right now with the baby shampoo. But I still feel like it needs a lot more time to regrow properly. To get to what I once had, man. I want to get back my, like, 16-year-old hairline and hair. To have straight hair would be so peak. I think the cobalt was up here. Where was the cobalt? I got a coconut limeade from Duncan and feel like I paid $4 for flat LaCroix? For what? NoCraft isn't loading for you right now? Who knows? Maybe they're like reloading right now. Yeah, it seems like NoCraft is down right now. There's just a giant check mark that I'm getting. It's getting nighttime right now. Really? Right in front of my crap rangoons. Oh, lightly flavored. Oh, that sucks. I thought it was like a... what's the medicine that makes you, like, defecate again? That's what it was supposed to... That's what you're talking about. Okay, let's get some cobalt. Well, automine cobalt as well. It was flavored by being shipped in a container next to whatever fruit it is. Yeah. I hope it's not a flat laxative. Yeah, laxative, thank you. Thought you were like I thought it made you like laxatize. I thought you were like on the toilet like spraying everywhere right now. While typing that. Tidal wave. You know, food poisoning is awful. I'm gonna brown, but it was really nice to like clear out your whole like body system for a couple of days. My God, it was like a full reset. Holy. I like bet you felt skinny. Oh, I was like skin and bones. And Nodecraft is back. Oh my God. Like I never thought I could hate food. But like while I was food poisoned and like just thinking about eating was but man, it definitely like cleaned you right out. Don't need to fast. Wow. I like left clicking. Is it weird that it's genuinely not that unfun? Like, I don't hate doing this. It's kind of the only thing that I kind of dislike is like, I'm worried that everyone will leave the stream because I'm doing this. But I don't hate doing this. Cobblestone generator gameplay. Dude, literally today I was thinking about playing Skyblock again. Fun fact, or well, not so fun fact rather, the original maker for Skyblock had Skyblock stolen from him. Like he was trying to like claim that his like thing, his invention, and like Microsoft and other things like that counterclaimed it, and even like random people on Bedrock just made like Skyblock maps that ended up being sold so often that they approximately made millions from it. Riding home at nighttime, baby, this is just the way. Riding home at nighttime. The fact that you can actually sell things like that on Bedrock in the first place, it's crazy, isn't it? The fact that you can't just download it for free like you can with everything else. You can't actually download the original Skyblock anymore now after that drama. I tried launching the server before Thursday in case UGC errors. What is a UGC error? I always like test launch my servers at least once to see if I can connect. Fails to update mods. Common problem with DSD and Zomboid. Oh. I'm gonna try launching it like later today or something, and then I'll just like, I'll call you up if I need support. Cliff, fix all my DST problems, please. I never knew where the map was, just made Skyblock myself. It's easy enough to just make it yourself, for sure. I did, like on phone, I made Skyblock myself all the time. And, I also, oh wait, yeah, now let's deliver the carrots. Oh, I can also deliver the cobalt directly then. Perfect. And then I need to deliver glass as well. That was another step. Perfect. Perfect. Any cats in here? I bought turkey burger, and then I'm gonna have for dinner. You might cook. I'm hungry. I'm getting a little peckish too, but I'm gonna end stream and then get some, like, a quick bite to eat. Probably just like 3 bananas or something for dinner. Maybe some protein yogurt. I'll see. Banana only dinner. It's good. It's delicious. You need more food? I'm not hungry. I'm just like slightly peckish. I haven't been properly hungry in forever. And I'm trying to like lessen what I take in to see if I can get rid of my like bloated belly problem. Have you considered bread? I have. But I'm trying to also not eat that much bread anymore. I'm probably gonna make half a slice of bread. Well, it's not so the bread, it's just the flour that I'm trying to not eat that much of right now. Right, I used a lot of the glass. Trying to find out what's wrong with my goddamn body. Yo, Eric, great to see you, buddy. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. It's nice to see you. Look at the nice greenhouse work in progress. I think I'm not going to extend the greenhouse over the floor flying, but I think I am going to make like a dock out from here, like a custom dock to chill on. You can't build out that far. First day back to work after 2 weeks off, so you're doing fine. Damn, straight back to work. Hopefully, well, you're doing good, so that's nice. I was going to just say, hopefully everything's going well at work. But, considering that you are doing good, I'm sure that's the case. Okay, we got enough glass, I think. And that's enough cobalt, I think. I have the carrots on me, I think. So we can unlock many blueprints, I think. Guys, I can think. The home has really developed. Isn't it looking way better? I really want to upgrade in size a lot, but I'm low-key struggling with space right now. That's a lot of I think. I might even relocate in the long run, but I also might just use that space up there to build more property. So we'll just figure it out. I might just get creative. Like, most people here know how much I love building, so there will be building. I'm trying to just, like, get my resource production up there so I can build a lot without having to worry about that. If I can even start making auto delivery drones already, then hell yeah. This guy builds? Wait. Cobalt, glass, carrots. Perfect. Mining island, tree island, food island. That's a great idea too. I'm definitely going to have mining islands. I have a lot of different mining islands because each island has different resources you can mine for. So I'm going to make a delivery drone system to deliver those over to me, but I don't think I can have automated farming, at least not yet. Otherwise, that would be a great consideration too, and just have a decorative greenhouse. Different resource per island. Yeah, it makes you actually go. Okay, trades. 20 sunflowers. And the muffins. Okay. And 10 truffles, okay. Okay, give me a second. Sunflowers and muffins. I'm so scared of the boost. I just need to learn to let that go, like, way sooner. Because look at how long it takes for the speed to build down. Muffin. Sunflower. And then we have 5 million blueprints we can spend on unlocking new automation things. And then we're going to go on a resource trip. I like that. It's realistic mechanic to have different ores. Yes, it is. It is very good. If you could mine literally everything on your same island, it would be so boring. There would be no reason to travel. And we're going to have like a whole drone delivery automation system, which is great because that means even more cool stuff to deal with and have like drones flying between the islands. Here's hoping that I don't ever crash into one of the drones eventually and like murder one of them. Oh, don't go faster. That's... Oh, that was close. That's not what I meant to do. Any ore with 2 minutes of real life time. Yeah. Listen, I like this system in Subnautica. Okay, indoor lights and outdoor lights. Finally. Transport drones. Windmills. Post bogs. Sensor and logic blocks. Kiki because 1, Pride Month, and 2 because it's delivery service. That would be awesome. I hope I can give the drones names. Each drone. Oh yeah, let's collect all the resources while we're here. I need the copper. I always need the copper. Let's collect copper. Let's collect quartz. Let's collect cobalt. It's a Ghibli movie? Kiki's Delivery Service? I think so, unless I'm blacking out on that right now. I don't even remember, but I think so. It's been 5 million years since I've seen Kiki's Delivery Service. $240. Wait. Oh. One of these isn't even hooked up. I need some cables here. I can hook another solar panel up and have all these running at the same time. Okay, good to know. Gotta fix that. Okay, burger time. I hunger. Awesome. Get your burger. I'm probably just gonna collect all the resources, build a couple more things, check out the new recipes, and then I'm gonna stop myself for today. And then tomorrow I'm probably gonna start working on the DSD world. Either tomorrow or Thursday before we make the worlds. But well, it's not gonna take me 3 hours to make a mega base world if I start 3 hours before the drops. But it definitely will take me like an hour. I'm probably gonna do the world seed search tomorrow and then just go over to this game after. Nice, you're working. You shall return. My memory is so poor. I'm not sure I've ever seen it. Listen, I don't remember anything from the actual movie itself, but I definitely know that I've seen it like 5 million years ago. But that doesn't mean I'll remember anything of it. All I care about is Moonkey placement? Really? You want to live with Pearl on Moonkey? No, you're not going to, because we're going to move Pearl to the actual mainland for tea. Damn, the boost is fast. Which is why it's so important to set up boosts to every island. 1% battery. This battery's barely keeping up. Holy sand. Pirate raids around Lunar. Yippee! Can't wait to have Moonkey between Crab King and Lunar Island. Sandwiched. What game are you talking about? We're talking about Don't Starve Together. Which is the game that I'll play and pick up again this Thursday. And I'll start with some prep for our new world and server. You haven't seen that in a long time? Yeah. I'm a Clay ambassador. I'm part of the stream, like the official streaming team for the people that made that game. Yeah, the aesthetics and everything is super great. Okay, let's start burning down all these materials, which we have 5 million of. Holy. We need new fuel. Much has changed. Oh, yeah. Every year it's a new game. Do I have anything left for fuel? I'm not growing cotton anymore, which I really need to catch up on, but I'm working on the greenhouse right now. Let's make briquettes with what we can at the moment. I wasn't so good at surviving in Don't Starve single player. Don't Starve single player is honestly like harder to play now than playing the Together version single player, as crazy as that sounds. A lot has changed, and they've done a lot of quality of life that makes things easier. Yeah, base Don't Starve is also so empty now because they haven't been updating the base game because they've been focusing on the multiplayer game. So the multiplayer game has like 10 years worth of content because it's been constantly getting updated that the other one doesn't have. The Nintendo Direct? Yeah. Yeah. Delta Woon. My god, I need even more furnaces. I need to make the auto smelters, or not the auto smelters, the smelters that work based off of power, because I can like I can make a lot of power fast now, faster. I hardly know her. Okay, I need some woods to work on things that I already forgot what I wanted to work on. 3 and 4 spoilers, but I saw. I haven't played I haven't watched the direct at all. I still need to play Deltarune to begin with. Maybe after all the projects that I want to do right now die down. I haven't seen anything from the actual video itself, or the trailer itself. I've never really seen anything of Deltarune to begin with. I also should play Undertale itself to begin with, but it's fine. I mean, they're not tied together, so it doesn't technically matter. Short to compare to the other projects you have? Yeah, I'm assuming with Chapter 5, I'll have about like 25 hours in it. Meanwhile, mega-based projects and other things like that are basically how long you like have the patience to play them. Or how long you can be addicted for it. Let's make a storage shelf. And let's make 3 chests. And we're gonna store all the done ore in here now, and glass and stuff. I still don't know if I want to play Undertale. I mean, it's okay. I mean, the music is nice. I mean, I don't necessarily have like a deep attachment to it. And I mean, I know some of the general gist of things. Maybe I just want to see Sans Undertale. Above the rune, but either is subjective. Above the rune? Huh? My brain isn't comprehending, that's... Huh? Like, better than Deltarune. Oh! You prefer Undertale over Deltarune, okay. I mean, the good thing about Undertale is that it's a done story already. And there's no need to wait for more chapters to come out. I don't know how many chapters there will be in Deltarune. That is a big thing, lol. I don't know how many chapters they plan on having in there. And I don't know how long it's going to take them to make all of that. Because if I start with it and like not being able to get a conclusion already hurts enough during early access games like Subnautica. But luckily with Subnautica, it's not a it's a primary story game, but there's other stuff to do. Deltarune is a pure story game. There's no like material farming or base building to do. Who knows? Maybe there is, actually. I wouldn't know. Skip time so all our stuff works all the time. And I guess I need to work on more solar panels and batteries. Well, wow, wind power. Let's see what all that costs. A windmill costs surprisingly cheap. Rain sensor, daytime sensor, controllable logic block, a transport drone. Do I need to build a drone station? Wireless power base. Powers all wireless consumers in range. Oh, wireless lamp. Wireless light. Animal transportation, postbox. So I don't need to make a drone station, I guess. The drones are just there. Iron and cobalt. God damn, I have a lot of silicone. So much silly clown. Overexposure is a big thing. I mean, Undertale was arguably one of the, if not the biggest, like, game on the internet for the longest time ever. To the point where it was dangerous to say anything negative about Undertale. The problem always is that, of course, like, games aren't for everyone. But the problem is that some people take that really personal. Game theory, the real story of Undertale. All I think about with Undertale is the video of, like, Story of Undertale, the song, and, like, the house burning down. Five eggs, you MVP. This guy's been, like, making eggs like a machine. Maybe he is a machine, a government drone chicken. Government spy. There's a blue spy. Do you think I actually need to place the wind turbines logically, like, high up? I guess wind turbines are going to be a next best bet, and the fact that we want to probably have a couple of batteries everywhere. Let's make our first wind turbine. We have a lot of resources. 8. Well, we still need more copper. 15. Wind turbine time. Oh, windmill. Sorry, not wind turbine. Wrong game. High up? So, do you think it's going to actually get any wind here? Yeah. And that immediately kickstarted our thing. Aren't you in the sky? Yeah, but, like, there's still, like, hills and stuff on these places. But fair point. Okay, let's see. A network display requires... Oh, that's so cheap. We should make a bunch of these. Wow. Let's make one of these as well. How much power does the weather station take? Surely not that much, right? Oh, bloody hell. Okay, 2 BFT. Bift. Wind power, 133. We're going to have rain later at night. Okay, there is directional wind, but I don't know. I wish to eat the copper texture. It does kind of look yummy. I don't know how much the directional wind matters. Oh, that's neat. I can put it on the battery. Wow, the windmill's providing 210 power right now. So 360 is being used by 3 drills, and then 130 is being directly charged into the battery, which then supports this place once it's nighttime. So hoping with 1 windmill is enough to keep, and 1 battery is enough to keep it running at nighttime. I guess we're gonna figure it out. We want a windmill at every power source, preferably. I'm immediately making one for the copper source because, I mean, we need it. There you go. 5 million resources consumed in 2 seconds. That would take a lot of bytes. Oh my god. Bytes. We have a lot of glass now, and if we're not blowing everything on solar panels, 5 William, we can actually make the greenhouse now and also invest in sprinklers. How do you guys feel about a like full automated greenhouse sprinkler system? Wire spaghetti. Talking about wires. Let's invest the copper into cables right now. Sprinklers, it's too hot. You want to go bathe under the sprinklers? I used to do that all the time back as a kid. Ice cold water, but it was so nice to jump through the sprinkler and stuff. And then also maybe have a pool or something, like a kiddie pool on the side. So peak, so peak, so peak, so peak. We should also make a... Oh, this game is so addictive, dude. And make an advanced infrastructure everywhere to, like, fly to faster. Dude, I can't stress enough how addictive this game is. I also really should invest in drones next, so that they deliver all this ore to me, so I can keep making things at home from now on. I don't even need to have, like, 3 drills for a single ore resource once the drones auto-deliver it to me. But I'm still gonna have it because I can, and there's nothing that's stopping me. This is a prime windmill position because it's so high up. All right, now the windmill is massively supporting this. Oh my god, you scared me. I forgot you guys can do that. Look at how much overproducing we're doing in power. The battery can only get 200 power per minute. I don't know how what that's based off of. So we can easily support 3 drill systems now. Still have power left over that's literally being unused, and the battery is still charging fast. And hopefully everything's constantly running. I'm playing, I just noticed. I have all of that stuff set up so it's as cheap as possible so people can use it without, like, paying, like, their soul away. So, like, 100 bits per, like, that and, like, enlarged emote, which I think is completely fair. And supports me at the same time. Isn't that great? Technically, I could set it to, like, 1,000 or something, but why would I ever do that? Why would I do that? Yeah, look at that. Look at that big boy emote. Look at that big boy emote. I just love seeing the big emotes too much. Power! I love that power emote. We're using that too little. We gotta up the usage on that. It's so good. Because you hate us? What? Huh? There's no battery set up here, but... Oh, I don't need to put that at the quartz, actually. I'm rather gonna put the windmill at the sand place. Oh, if you made it 1,000 biddies, yeah. There's also the on-screen celebration, which I think does something special, like over the stream it window itself. Smile. I don't see that one a lot. Like, it doesn't actually do that on the stream. It does that on Twitch's end itself? Or something? Okay, I didn't... Oh yeah, look at that. On Twitch's end, there's now, like, emotes going across. You guys all see them, but, like, it's rendered on Twitch's end, so it's not actually on my end, which is interesting and cool. Okay, let's put a windmill right here. And suddenly power... Oh, wait. Wait, where's all the monitors I made? Didn't I make, like, 4 power monitors? Oh, did I not have space for that? What? Oh, well, whatever. Should last longer. It's a nice thing. But I guess it can also clutter things, which is why they made it shorter. Okay, slow down already. This thing is... Okay, the airship is glitching a little bit. The boost power is really fast. You'll use it during hype trains? Hell yeah. It should technically even support the hype trains. The fact that we even had 3 successful hype trains in the last, like, few days is nuts. I haven't had a successful hype train in a long time before that. So it's really appreciated. Your phone won't let you do anything cool? Nonsense. You're doing cool things. What happened to all the network displays I made? I thought I made more. I guess I didn't. The cake was a lie. Did I not pick up the sand? Oh my god, I didn't. I went to the sand to put a windmill down and I didn't pick it up. Oh mein god. You hate Twitch Mobile? No. It's a fair assessment, but... Okay, well, let's go pick up those now then, so I can actually, like, work toward making my greenhouse. And do I have stuff to pick up the cobalt? I think so. And then I need to make some more batteries for the cobalt in the other place, and then just expand our miner territory. And eventually I should auto-mine clay and stone as well in preparation for what's probably to come, which is brick building, which is probably at least going to, like, utilize clay for sure. I don't know if you need stone as well for that. I could see it, but clay for sure for the brick. Beautiful. These are quite nice. And I like having them. Dude, nice. It's producing enough to fuel all the 3 drills. It's gonna produce even more when they're at 100, plus the battery a good bit. This game is super great. It's addictive even. And having like the automation in here is really nice too. And it's not complicated automation, it's very simple automation. So this is definitely, this would be a good baby's first automation game. It does have multiplayer support, yes. As far as I know, this is multiplayer. Don't know with how many people. Bonjour, hello math, what's good? You're a little tired? Same here, but it's getting a bit nicer right now. But you're fine. How about you? I would say I'm doing good. Can't really complain. Stargate. I know nothing about Stargate. Star Trek, I'm a very big novice on, and Star Wars, I'm a gigantic fan. Holy crap, I just realized how full the June sub goal is. 122 out of 15. And we're 10 days into this month. Nah. People are out of cash at this point. So this weekend, except Sunday, I'm probably gonna log into DSD. Sunday is with the boys. And then... Well, the server's still gonna stay up on Sunday. Then, like next Saturday after that, we're gonna do a community night again because of the sub goal. I wanted to reintroduce like a spin the wheel thing for like a certain amount of subs, etc. Or gift subs. And I'm still trying to figure out if we ever do, for some reason, complete one of these like monthly donation goals. Like, what would be a reward for that? I might also just get rid of those spin. Exactly. Where am I? Finding out where you are in the proximity to things is kind of hard in this game still. Okay, well, I'm at an interesting position. Just park it on the roof. And then we're just gonna retrieve it. I need to get into the rhythm of harvesting my honey. Mein Gott. Finally some spare resources to use, but they're gonna be used so fast. I should invest into a drone, I think. Okay, cook this. Cook this. You cook this. You cook that. Is there anything left to cook? No. I just speak with my chest voice, but I don't know how I could do that. Chest voice speaking is hard. I can't even do that. Most of the time, or all the time, I don't know. I don't know if I speak with my chest or not. I kind of do, I kind of don't. It's hard to say, it's hard to tell. Might be lurky for a bit. Enjoy the lurk. How are you holding up, Nainer? Do I have that fish emote? I like that fish. From the hype train. Yeah, I do. I think I have all the new hype train emotes except like one or two. Fish. I'm also speaking a bit quieter at this point because, I mean, family is asleep and I don't want to wake them up because I'm doing Solarpunk shenanigans. And I don't think this game really justifies being quite loud. Okay, let's work on the greenhouse right now. Right now. Which means we're gonna have to take down a whole forest again. Let's see, drones. What do you actually cost? 8, 16, 16, 16. Drone. Deploy your first transport drone. Upgrade to unlock. Empty. Okay. Upgrade slot. Insert circuit. Okay. Edit name. WX. No, we Kiki. 6 months moderation. Hell yeah. Look at you. That's awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. It's very sweet. Oh. Oh, that needs a lot. So, huh? Can I, like, make this pick things up? Yeah, both of you. I mean, I did make you both mods at the same time. Kiki! It's per your suggestion. Kiki. Look, it's smiling. So what do I do now? How do you deliver? How does this work? What do you do? You love the smile. Do I need to make 2 drone stuff? How does this work? The smile emote is great, yeah. It has made me happy. Good. What do I do with this? Do I need 2 drones? Do I need a drop-off spots? Controllable block? Does it say it in this book? Electronics. Once you've placed and named a drone, you can go to drills and select the drone that should pick up the resources and bring them to the drone's base. Life is peak. Life is peak. So wait, we need 1 drone per drill? I can't assign it 1 drone to like multiple? Peak now? No, absolutely not. 1 peak round alone would take 1 hour. I'd be in shambles. One-to-one. It's possible you can have drone assigned to many, but it's has a long way. It might not keep up. We'll see, yeah. Kiki. Kiki? Aw, yeah, 1 per. God damn. That means 5 trillion drones that I need to make. Well, I don't have a problem with that per se, but that's unfortunate. Because I made so many drills. Well, I guess I can go pick up stuff from the drills, like, if I need a lot of it. Yeah, I guess. I feel like, I mean, this game is just out too, I guess. I really hope they improve on some of the automation things, because automation lies in the fact of it being as satisfying as possible. And it's important to keep a system that, like, lets you have it as satisfying as possible. It's very essential for a game like this. We'll see. The future of this game shines bright like a diamond. Will it follow that path? That is a real question. Okay, I need a lot of wood as well now. Wait, what did I need all the wood for? I already forgot. Oh, for the plots, the plant plots. I need a bunch of sticks, but I mostly need the plant plots to, like, put down in there. I need a lot of sticks right now to make all the framing, like, with the glass infrastructure. But we can actually build a greenhouse now. I'm probably going to make it 2 stories, which is overkill, but it's fine. I don't care. And bye, tree. And then go ham. We can always add even... We can always build another greenhouse eventually. I just want to take care of, like, a lot of automated stuff at the moment. And that is, like, sprinkler system and farming for all the different plants and resources. And delivering with drones, all sorts of different resources and like furnaces and whatnot. I want to just automate what I can right now so I don't have to catch up with that stuff later. Like with games like these, I go a little further to like see my options. And then once I've seen my options, I like to slow down and really build up like my resource production, etc., heavily of everything that I need and automate as much as I can to have as much setup as possible then, once I'm familiar with what is going on. I should also deliver more chickens and pigs over here as the next step. And then make a proper animal area. And a sorted storage shed. Stay out of my shed. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. More chicken nuggets and pigs. Porkers. Okay, building tool. We finally get to replace all the things we stole from. I capitalized on some of my own stuff. Animals too. I guess let's stay in the rhythm of placing them from the outside so they're all facing the same direction. Well, inside would have been smarter, but I think I started with the outside before. I don't remember. Am I gonna slide off here? No. Crispy bacon. Such a good video. Damn, just like that. Look at all the glass disappear from my inventory. You wonder if a PC will like this game? Apparently, Lovely said it has like half decent requirements that it needs, but it's running like... I've not even had a stutter once. And it doesn't have very polished textures or anything like that, so I just can't imagine this game running badly at all. But I mean, you can always refund it if it does, right? Why can I not place a thing there? Is it because these are in here? I know I have a good PC, but the important bit to mention here is that all modern games usually stutter. And I'm also playing on the highest graphics at 1440p, and I'm not having any issues. I don't know. I don't see this game being one that runs very difficult in any way, shape, or form, even if I have a good PC. Yeah, and I'm streaming at 1440p as well, which takes way more resources than streaming at 1080p. So I'm gonna make this like partially glass floor only in the pathing in between, like this. And then I'm gonna make wood floor on the positions where the plant beds are going to be on. I think that makes sense because there's not gonna be any light that shines through that anyways. Oh, this is gonna be so sick, and there's gonna be so much space for plants. Holy. A dream for plants and a dream for me. And I'm already out of glass again, which is not a dream for me at all, but it's okay. It's what I was ready for. I was prepared for this part. I wonder when I'll get better tools again. Hopefully in the future, or in the near future. Maybe after this next expansion. I mean, iron tools are still covered pretty nice. I would like to chop down trees a little faster, though. So many misspeaks, man. Is this because I got my teeth cleaned, deep cleaned at the dentist? My dentist told me apparently like whitening toothpaste does work after a long period of time, but it takes a long time. And if you really want whiter teeth, you have to get them like professionally bleached. The minimum requirement for a graphics card is GeForce 10 or 1660 6GB or an RTX or RX 5500 XT 6GB. I mean, the 1660 is such an outdated card, dudes. So, I mean, I say live and learn. If you want to play it, try it. And if it doesn't run, you can refund it. As long as you, like, don't play over 2 hours, of course. And don't let it sit for, like, 5 weeks in your library. How deep did the cleaning go that it messed with your speech center? Now, that's a great question. It's the chemicals they put in me. It's the fluoride. It's poisoning my brain. That turned the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Good thing you're not a frog then? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're all on the same page here. So Kiki's got some copper. Oh look, Kiki's out. Kiki's out and about. Kiki's already put some copper in there. We have our drone. The drone takes 300 power. Ooh. We need to put another windmill here. Oof. Otherwise, we're not gonna have any iron mining in a while. Damn, that wasn't a lot of wood. I have 5 million iron ore, which is great. Even after all that, that wasn't that much wood. Did I have any glass left? Did you have chemicals in the water then? Clearly. I kind of want to make those glass floored too, but there's no point. Because there's going to be... Well, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of shine through. I want to play... Drug Empire game again with... but this time with, like, friends. Because it got boring alone after some time. I'm probably going to be bored of it, like, rather fast again too. But I still want to play it again. Schedule 1, there you go. Finally figured out the name again. Took me a minute. I want to play it with Horizon and Lamb and stuff like that. But I'm so worried about how safe for work things will be. Well, it's a not safe for work game to begin with, mind you, but, you know. With them, it's going to be way worse. With the boys. Yeah, it's drugs, violence, guns. But knowing them, they're gonna make such awful names for all this stuff. It's gonna be very different than our usual, like, games. Guys, I'm playing a new cozy game on stream. It's called Schedule 1. Popping in to say hi and have a good night. Hi and good night, Basilisk. Take good care of yourself. Sleep well. I'm not going to be going for too much longer either. Happy. Literally has like stuff like splooge. It's got way worse stuff than splooge in it. Way worse stuff than splooge. I had some ridiculous things in there. Nice, I just balanced a tree on my head. How was the burger tape? The burger. The Joker burger. Crazy hamburger. It was yum? Was it? You don't seem too full of yourself in that regard. Are you sure? Or are you faking it? Are you secretly hating it? Did you despise every moment by secret but don't want to tell? Or was it actually just nice? What is going on? I can see right through you. You're translucent. Where's their gourmand gif of him slapping his stomach? And that's me. That's on Discord probably. Or on Giphy, which soon tier 2 and tier 3 subs will be able to put in my channel for free. Well, for the tier 2 sub. I don't know when that's gonna roll out, but it's gonna be really nice. And it's gonna give people like maybe a reason to even tier 2 or tier 3 Shpyke blush. You damp my reaction to the burger? Yeah, I know which one. Yeah, it is a really good gif. I like that one. The GIF. Do I look like I got tier 3 money? No, and I mean, no one ever has to. I'm not expecting anyone to ever do tier 3. It is such an outrageously expensive thing. Oh man, do I need some kind of tool? Tier 2 is already crazy. Shout out to Sai for keeping tier 2 for so long at this point. Turkey burger isn't really fantastic, yummy, but better for me. That's fair. I mean, I really like it. Or like turkey, not specifically, but chicken burger. But fried chicken isn't exactly healthy, so fried chicken bun or fried chicken like burger. I'll freaking do it. You do not have to do a thing. You don't even have to subscribe. No one has to subscribe. Twitch is free entertainment. Burger, not a turkey sandwich. Yeah, you add like a turkey burger. And I'm talking about turkey and chicken burgers as well. I'm talking about both. Bofa. How am I supposed to know if you mean ground chicken or fried chicken? By me saying it's a fried chicken burger. Otherwise, it's a ground chicken burger. Well, actually, I would say fried chicken is the default burger. And then ground chicken is like, you'd say the patty is ground chicken for this burger. That's how we do it over here. That's the way. I like it. But it's a burger. Exactly. Both of them are burgers. One with ground meat. And the other with a fried chicken. Like, bit of meat. Thank you for saying that it's a burger. They're not. They're not. They are. There are in every country except America. I'm sorry. It's you guys that are out of place. They're sandwiches only in America. It's a burger if it has a burger patty. Only by America's standards, which are very low. So I'm not gonna like go with American standards, thank you. Or in American definitions. Eat my shorts. If you put them in between two burger buns, it's a shorts burger. America has standards. Just because you guys go with American definitions doesn't mean that I have to. I don't really care, but it's just funny to talk about it. I mean, I called chicken burgers like chicken sandwiches before too. I see them, if anything, I see them more as chicken sandwiches if it's like oblonged, like longer, not like perfectly round like a burger, but like more like long. Peanut butter jelly the long way. Damn, am I using resources? I'm too thirsty. I'm thirsting, baby. Whatever, I don't care. Get in my mouth. Get in my belly. Burger, sandwich. It's okay. I choose peace. All taste the same to Father Johann. And to me too. Don't know who Father Johann is, but yes. In the end, all of them will just end up on Scrandle and make me see how sad some of them can be. And we'll have to see the misery together in Scrandle. Okay, these are technically already roofed, so there's no possibility of them getting lightning struck except this one. So it's time to like set up... Okay, maybe there's a slight possibility. Game was out to prove me wrong. I need to go pick up all my sand again. This game is so addictive. I don't know when to stop. I don't know when to stop in this game. Okay, bottom layer should be all the fruit that or stuff that we had in the beginning. So like I don't know, like cotton. Stop and play Overwatch with me. I want to say cotton here. Berries. Wheat and watermelon. I'm sad that I can't catch a lot of the voice chats because they're just so late, and I'm trying not to like have my sleep schedule be like ruined all the time. But it's okay. I just need to like also call it quits earlier when I'm in there. If I join at midnight, call it quits at like 2 a.m. or something. Not do unhealthy behavior. I mean, before isn't really possible because I'm streaming, which is very understandable. Okay, I have enough wheat planted already. 12 should be plenty. It is hard. I mean, you have to prioritize, time manage, and everything like that. 3 a.m. last night, bad idea, obviously. Like, you just got, like, some friends came up to you, like, hey, do you want to VC at 3 a.m.? And you did? Yeah, I got a ping. That's crazy. I bet it was Molly. Actually, for Molly, it would have been in the morning. Oh, the Goslingers. Of course. Holy. So much deconstruction. Finally, this ugly plot is gone. That's the collective noun of his fans. I usually call them the geese or the gaggle. There's only 1 or 2 behind me, but it starts to make a difference when it's 3 a.m. instead of 1 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, the corn syrup is so bad. Ugh. The corn syrup is like one of the worst atrocities that you guys have to deal with. Oh, wait. Oh. I meant to plant the... I plant the wheat here now. I really... In my brain, I want the cotton there, so that's not going to cut it for me. If I want something in my brain, I want it that way. I want it that way. For building, once I have my mind set, my mind is set. Ugh. Am I? Yes, I am going to be that, like, petty. This game is so addictive. You guys don't understand. You guys don't understand how easy it is to burn like 50 hours on this in like one session. If I wasn't going to start the DSD server soon, this is all you would be seeing for days. Our soft drinks aren't the most healthy either. Yeah, but we have restrictions. We have laws. Even if they're not good or perfect, at least we have some that protect us. Could be better. Could be way better. Could be way better. Oh, what the? Watze. Ich bin Atze, mach keine Faxe. Okay, perfect. Our soda's gotten progressively worse over the years. It's to the point where the 0-calorie versions are the only palatable ones. Yeah. Whose milk lobby tried to get a labeling exemption so they could add sugar to milk? That's crazy. Sugared milk is that's disgusting. That should violate so many laws. To like already in like products where you think you're going to get a natural like healthy thing, to even think about adding sugar to it is disgusting and despicable. I need new glass. Oh, finally, I have actual copper. They wonder why we're obese over here. I mean, people are going obese over here too. It's just the availability of candy and stuff. You want to know how they keep on trying to combat people eating candy and sweets and stuff over here by taxing it more. Is that? No, that is already watered. They think if you make it more expensive by putting a bigger tax on it, people are gonna buy it less. But it's just to like fill their pockets. I really don't like the taste of anything that isn't like soda wise. The only soda that I don't think is awful unless it's 0-calorie is Dr. Pepper. They put sugar in everything. Yeah, and preservatives for shelf life. Those are the two main offenders. They always say, oh, preservatives are neutral and stuff. Yeah, for taste, maybe. And even that's not true. But they do affect the human body. They're not good for you. I love Dr. Pepper. It's the best soda. It's the best soda. You're the best around. Austrian iced tea. I don't like iced tea anymore. I like to drink it, but then I see the sugar contents and I feel awful. Does anyone, like, once you've grown up and you actually started paying attention to that stuff, do you ever feel, like, disgusted after you drink, like, a soda or something like that? Or is that just me? Oh, for sure. Same if I eat like a pizza or something like that, like a frozen pizza. Sometimes even like other stuff too, or oily food and stuff like that. I just feel awful. It's honey buns. I used to eat honey buns as a kid, not knowing what's in them. Now I can't, and now I just can't. Yeah, like it's you can't anymore. It's one of the things where if you keep drinking it, you don't notice. It's only when you stop for a significant time. That's why, like, all sugared sodas, after I switched to diet on everything, started tasting despicable. I still drink fruit juice. Try to get as, like, always 100% fruit content and the lowest sugar content possible. But everything else is just not palatable for me. What I need to start doing is just pressing my own juice at this point. Let's see. Windmill. I need sprinklers. Each sprinkler is going to cost me 5 iron, 5 copper. Oh, here we go. Let's count how many we need real quick. We are going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, if I'm gonna have a plot here too, then 8. Let's make 8. And then 8 cables, and God forbid all the power I need. Because sprinklers aren't that cheap to power. Did I empty the drone of copper? Kiki's doing well, but... Oh, crap. I need to add more power production here, don't I? Because this is not going to be able to keep up. I was hardcore Pepsi stan going up. I remember the last time I got it, my mouth puckered so hard I drank the same. I take Coster, like, shots. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, and, I mean, of course, I mean, without getting too much into that, food quality and taste has worsened over the last decade by a mile. This goes for food that you find in restaurants, stuff that you buy in every single grocery store, and especially fast foods of any kind, be it frozen foods or like McDonald's or other things like that. Food quality has gone down hardcore because of way more artificial stuff. And also just, like, preservatives beyond everything. I mean, aren't you guys not allowed to call certain, like, ice cream over there ice cream anymore? Because it's just, like, not... Like, it doesn't have the milk content to be legally classified as such. So, yeah, think about that. Yeah, it depends on milk fat content. Like, they're literally just selling us sludge. It's dairy dessert. That's where you need to, like, wake up. Because that's not good for you. It might taste good, but you should not eat that. You should always go and strive to look for whatever is, like, more natural. Because most of the time, that stuff... that is that disgusting quality and whatnot costs the same anyways. Maybe like 10 cents cheaper. Because they just try to maximize the money. Which our whole milk used to be 4% fats. Now it's 3.25. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. You're just growing out of thin air. All right. 2 free sprinklers. It's great with salty French fries. Yippee. Also, support your local farmers markets and get real food. Frosty with fries is peak, yeah. Okay, everything should be fine now, right? Yeah, we're producing enough stuff that some power is even going into the battery, while still keeping the 3 drills alive. Your lactose intolerance, so sadly I can't, lol. I'll BRB, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, that's of course also different. Chocolatey is distinct from chocolate. It is determined by cocoa fat content. That's crazy, I didn't even know that. Even more. Flutter lactose. I wonder if I have a lactose intolerance, and that is actually the reason I do have sometimes like bloating issues. Maybe that's where it all stems from. Maybe I lactose as well after like a long time. I would be very sad. I would still eat that. That has to be a joke, right? I don't know. My doctor told me to get tested for it. You still eat cheese? I don't know if it's a joke anymore. I hope it is. But I'm not anymore as far as I know. That's good. Oh, the chocolate. Oh. Wait, 1, 5, 6. I love pizza. Oh, pizza. And for one moment, everything went peaceful. The thing is, pizza isn't even unhealthy for you if you just get real pizza. Same with burgers. As long as you get real stuff, it's good. If you make it at home, suddenly that burger that is told to be unhealthy isn't unhealthy anymore. I'm glad I don't have food allergies. It's okay, you were nerfed with pollen allergies. Nerfing you with pollen and food would have been ridiculous. Proper food is so expensive is the issue. See, like, that's half true. Because proper food is not always more expensive than junk food. Matter of fact, if you buy, like, a bag of chips, then it's going to cost you so much more money than buying a bag of potatoes and doing it yourself. And things like that. Same if you go to like a fast food place, McDonald's, and buy a burger. You can buy a lot of the ingredients for like even cheaper, especially if you buy it in like a proper amount and then freeze it. Meat is always questionable and hard to say. But like casting out frozen foods and processed slob usually always also even like spares you money in the long run. But this goes for different things, of course. This doesn't classify like literally everything. Like for some things you need like certain equipment or machine or stuff like that, so that it wouldn't like be worth it to like do it yourself unless you have a lot of money available, blah blah blah, of course. But yeah, it varies from thing to thing. That's crazy. Comments must have shifted when I clicked the reply button. Pineapple pizza. Ugh. Actually, chocolatey. The windmill and the little limited solar power is not enough to provide this with enough power while it's raining. Casting out solar power for turbine power would technically be better, or just having more batteries. But then you have to have enough headroom for fueling all the batteries. Okay, what do I need? Has ever done in the invention of Hawaiian pizza? Canada was at fault? Anything healthier for me to taste bad? The texture's off? It was the same for me. You just need like basically a form of detox. Just getting used to like real food again. It takes like a week or two to like get into like a palatable like way. Well, it really depends on what you're eating too. Like for me it was like very fast, the switch. And I really hate most processed stuff now. because it makes my body feel disgusting. Like, it knows it's, like, bad for me. But it definitely can be hard to get used to it once you've gotten used to it. Once I started cooking for myself, cooking my meals and stuff, man, was that so much better for me. My executive function is awful. I have ground turkey. I need to cook for over a week. I'm going to end up throwing it away before I have the capacity to dump it in a pan with spices. Dude, I feel you wholeheartedly. I don't want to cook right now. I'm not hungry yet. And, like, I don't feel like doing that right now at the moment. And then, like, it ends up being, like, a chore. And I hate freezing. Like, when I buy certain meat, I hate freezing it. Because it, like, really ruins the texture of it and everything like that, too. Ugh. So bad. And I've always wanted to get into meal prepping, never done it. I can't get myself to do it and store it. I can't get myself to do the work once a week to then have food for the whole week, and I really should, because it's so worth it in every way. There are days I can't even decide which place to order food from. Same. I'm the exact same. And I'll struggle, and then, like, I end up just doing nothing. I'm so glad we're all so much alike. Yeah, if someone, like, made food for me, I'd be like, oh, hell yeah, I'll just eat that. Because it's made already. It depends on what, of course, but for the most part. To me, it's just making 2 to 3 portions. Yeah, it's same. Ah, we're all the same, chats. You get it. You guys all get it. I'm glad. I'm glad to be not in the sinking ship myself, but I also am sad that you guys are in the sinking ship with me. If someone walked in with a couple of McDonald's burgers, which I'd never get for myself, and I was struggling to get any food, I'd scarf them down. Same. But if I was asked what to pick from the McDonald's menu, I would need like 15 minutes at most. But if someone just decided for me to bring those, I would never order a whole pizza for myself. I don't ever buy a McDonald's cheeseburger. Like, I would never go to McDonald's and buy a cheeseburger, but if someone did it for me, I'd eat it. Because it's still good. Oh, I'm classless. Is Burger King an option? Burger King is better anyways. Here's a Whopper. Thank you. If anything, give me KFC. And I'll be happy. Any form of fried chicken, I'll be fine. Nothing else needed. Now, put on a YouTube video and let me just, like, rot in peace while I eat. KFC here is bad now. Yeah, I mean, your guys' KFC quality is way different, for sure. Exactly, like, I have positive memories attached to it, but it's just at the bottom of the list now. Nothing tastes real anymore. Nothing keeps you full. Back in the day, I used to look forward to eating McDonald's. Now, I feel bad whenever I get it. Two windmills, that might be too crazy. Well, this needs a good bit of power. Fifi next drone name? Suggesting Fifi, not asking. How much do you need? Oh, well, that's actually not bad. GG. We'll have to see all the drones we'll come up with. I have to make a ton of drones. Oh, look at that. CC? CC makes me think of young Sheldon. Oh. We're gonna have to move some of these around to make sure they all water everything. This one is like slightly too far to the sides. Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at that. Gigantic sprinkler system that's keeping everything watered. You're meant to be orange now. Ugh. Let's plant sunflowers down here as well. A small amount. And then let's go check Kiki for our copper. We still have a lot of iron and stuff left over. I need sand. Everything's finally working and we're producing enough stuff. I just need to make a lot of drones now and other things. And then like power furnaces. So I don't have to use fuels to smelt my stuff anymore. Guys, I can't stop playing this game. I need to stop right now. If I don't stop right now, I won't today. If I don't pause this forcibly right now, I won't stop. Shamona. Hee hee. That's pretty gorgeous. We're gonna finish the greenhouse next time. Everything is growing in here now. This is awesome. Might replace one of the windmills here with some solar panels to utilize the windmill somewhere else and then just add a battery. But this is great. Oh, I love this. I love this game. Okay, back to menu. Recording's over, YouTube. It's time to send you off with a goodbye. For all the people that watched the YouTube video, if you guys made it this far, absolute huge congratulations and huge love for me. I appreciate you guys watching on YouTube's end. It is absolutely incredible. I'm speaking to hypothetical viewers, mind you. If you did make it this far, please say a comment. Tell me. But I do want to always say goodbye just in case even one person makes it over there. So look at all the other people saying goodbye too. Goodbye, YouTube. Thank you for joining us. I'll do a longer outro on Twitch. I hope you can join us on here in the future as well. Goodbye. All right. Recording over. Recording over. This song right here, one of the old C418 songs. This one gives me so much nostalgia. It makes me feel like genuinely emotional. It's so crazy. Minecraft music, dude. That was awesome. Solarpunk is such a good game. Love this game. Actually, so good. Look at my clean teeth. They're still very orange because I drink coffee. But they're so clean. The dentist says they were perfect. Wow! Thank you so much for giving a sub to Menyig. You are nuts. There's no way we have 2 gift subs today, dude. You are nuts, guys. Dude. Hi, Cerno. What's good? 2 gift subs again today is just insane. And I don't even know how many bits with all the on-screen or like the big emotes. Good to see you, Cerno. I hope you're doing fantastic. Always great to see you. Dude, Cerno, look what people have been doing. We had like level 11 hype trains and stuff. Look at the leaderboard, dude. People have been nuts. It's insane. I also checked the global leaderboard. You are number 2 on the sub-gifters list still, which is nuts. I got teeth clean, and the dentist called them perfect. Isn't that great? Like, I have some, like, orange teeth, but that's not, like, that doesn't mean it's unhealthy. It's just coffee stains. But my teeth are great. Every time I go to the dentist compliments my teeth, and they always tell me like how good they are and how healthy they are. And I mostly brush once a day, and my teeth never have issues ever. Ever. How are you doing, Cerno? Super happy to see you. I know many people brush twice or hype train? Oh my god, no! It's an actual treasure train. Oh. Why now? Why not the last times? People have already exhausted all their money. Oh my god, it's a like discount train. Oh my god, dude. 430 bits. Oh, don't tell me you're actually gonna don't tell me we're actually gonna get a working hype train again. That's not possible. If it gets to level 2, there's gonna be a 35% off gift subs. Should we? Guys, like, I don't, your money. More Michael Jackson. Oh my god. It's actually almost leveled up. It's almost leveled up. And Billie Jean starts playing. There's no way. Oh my god. You didn't even get the sale yet. It hasn't even gotten to the sale part yet. What are you doing? Thank you. Now it's at the sale part. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Mono, Steve Ono, Miss Anushka, Tabaka, Lemon, and Ava. Oh my god, it's level 3 hype train. Oh my god. There's now 35% off from 5+ gift subs. Oh my god. What are you doing? Have you been playing more Valorant, Cerno? Song request? Speed Demon. Oh my god, what are you doing? 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 5 more? What are you doing? Nana, thank you so much. It was discounted. Nana, thank you so much for the 110 bits as well. And thank you for the 10 gifted subs now. Holy crap, what are you doing?
Subscribe.
What are you doing? What is that? 20? What are you doing? What? You're at 560 total now? Oh my god. Thank you so much for 20 gift subs. And JCL with a Flutter with the unscreened celebration. Oh my god. Oh my god. JCL 10. Flutter. Oh, Flutter started this hype train accidentally with 1. JCL with another 1. The minimum for the sale is 5. Cerno, you can't do that. You can't gift 20. Are you nuts? Thanks so much for gifting us up to Salad, Silbers, Dragon, Victoria, Digital, Ards Fantasy, Jace Money Bags, Hanami, Kenny, Math, Red 4, Old School Pub, Throttle, Keyboard, Extension, Talon, Niece, Shan the Butcher. You can't do that. Are you insane, Cerno? Your money. Thank you so much for another gift sub, JCL. That is insane. We have a level 7 hype train. Oh my god. This is like the third, everything's like 35% off, but Jesus, what are you doing? Oh my god. Thank you. You guys don't have to do that, but your money. Thank you, JCL. Thank you, Flutter. Thank you, Cerno. Thank you, Nana. I don't know what to say. You guys are insane. 20? Cerno, are you nuts? And JCL with 11, are you nuts? What are you guys doing? 12! Dude, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh my god. What are you doing? I'm flabbergasted. You can't just casually gift. What was it? 12? And Cerno 20. At this, like, Cerno is. I think Cerno's almost like #1 on the leaderboard now with the gift subs. I think there was only like a 50 or 60 difference. What are you guys doing? You guys don't have to do that. What are you guys doing? Flutter was going to do that. I have no money. Don't spend it. Don't spend it. There's no reason to. Thank you so much. You guys do way too much for me. Here's your new favorite MJ song. I know this one. It is really good. Thank you so much, Cerno. Thank you so much, JCL. That is unbelievable amounts. We have like a whole minute left still on the hype train. That's level 7. I won't spend my money. Good. Buy yourself Pokemon cards instead. You're just helping me reach the goal. Cerno is insane. That's 560 subs on this channel. No words. We got to reach level 8 now. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. We just don't. Don't go too crazy. We need stuff for August. Oh my god. We don't. No, we don't. I don't know what to say except thank you so much for everything. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Cerno, JCL, Flutter, Tape for the bits. JCL, yes, you are amazing. You guys are insane. You guys are helping me literally stay alive. What are you doing? Eric, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. You are so insane. Thank you. But what are you doing? You, JCL, Cerno. I'm not even going to say about Cerno. Cerno, like, literally killed me at one day with like 100 at once. And I still am, I've never recovered from that ever since then. That is the most, like, I've ever had in, like, one sitting. And I just, that was literally insane. You're gonna kill him. Oh my god. What are you guys doing? You're gonna kill him by keeping me alive. Dude, thank you. This is like literally what's letting me pay like health insurance and pay for stuff for the stream. So thank you for literally sustaining my life and stream. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me alive. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the love and the support. I think we're almost at, oh my god, we're at 232 active subscribers. Cerno, are you okay? With 20 and JCL, you've done like what now? You've done 40 almost over the span of the last few days. How are you guys alive? Look at the leaderboard right now. Look at this. Bruh, it's an odd number. Look at this. Look at this. This is just this month. Oh, wait. Cerno is technically also level 3. I just see that now. But I guess you're technically under Yoshi because Yoshi came first. Wait, let me copy the whole thing. That's Bits. Why is Bits now? Look at that. Look at this. That's just from this month. That's just from this month. You guys are... How is this real? How is this real? You guys are like ridiculous. Age, I know, Age is insane. All of the people on there are nuts. I have no words. If anyone wants to get in on the hype train still to get emotes. Wait, yeah, yours should be 10. Why does it say 9? If anyone wants to get in hype train emote, 2 minutes. Minimum contributions, the littlest you can do to get an emote is 100 bits. 10 times the amount of subscribers than the average watchers. Believe it or not, I think that's mostly, I think like 5 times, or like, I don't know what the norm would be, but this is ridiculous. Probably not this. Thank you for the enlarged emote. Just wow. We need them all here at one time. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much for the fun. For the level 8 hype train. We've got 1 minute left. Wow. It's been forever since we had a treasure train. So I'm both glad we're making use of it, but I'm also like, that's insane. That's insane. That's just insane. Level 8. We've had 2 over level 10 in the past few like weeks. Past like weeks? 2 weeks? Couple weeks? Which is I have no words. I need to post about the last one still on Discord. I'm gonna have to make another one now, another post. Holy crap. The song right now is perfect too. Wow. Thank you guys. I don't even know what else to say. Thank you for, at least you guys are getting your things on sale. Thank you for a level 8 hype train. Are you guys nuts? You guys can't keep spending this much money. You've already collected all the level 7 emotes. Yes, I know. I need level 25 minimum. Wow. Just wow. You got it. You did. You did it. Saver B, level 25 is the next emote. Thank you. Thank you so much. 39 subs and 810 bits. Thank you, Cerno, for 20 gifted subs. Thank you, Eric, for 5 gifted subs. Thank you, JCL, for 12 gifted subs. Thank you, Nana, for 110 bits. Thank you, Tape, for 200 bits. Thank you so much, JCL, for 430 bits. I hope we're gonna do a level 50 train in August. I like level 5, if anything. Oh my God. What am I even supposed to say? I thank you from the bottom of my heart. That is insane. I really appreciate it. That is just beyond insane. So thank you guys for the love and the support. That is just beyond insane. You guys know you don't have, I know you're probably sick and tired of me saying this, but you don't have to do this. As long as you guys know that it's like on a volunteer basis. We don't? I love that cow emote. Your thank you is enough. I never feel like saying thank you is enough for anything. Yes, you don't have to do it. You don't have to. Don't do it. I didn't know. No. I can like refund you the 20 gift subs. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you for literally everything. You guys are beyond insane. I just don't know what else to say. Good night, I guess. Thank yous for the emotes. You don't understand how much this means to me. Maybe you guys do, I don't know. But this is literally my only income at the moment, and it's the only reason I can pay my health insurance while I'm looking for a job, and the only reason I can like buy things for doing things on the stream and keep my stuff alive and whatnot. So thank you for literally allowing me to like buy things and like do things and live. Thank you. Thank you. It is insane. Last month, we even had like half this donation goal full and the sub goal. Look at the sub goal. Wait. That is 10 times the goal this month. That is over 10 times the goal this month. That is over 10 times. Brother. What can I even do? Nearly 11 times. Just 4 more. Just 4 more. $20. Nothing. Wait. I want to replicate that awful face that I've done. Yeah, more repo sessions. Just 4? Do you go get it? I don't have it, so yeah. Wait. My favorite is the into the camera. Brother. You know how much 4 is? That's $20. I genuinely didn't know. If it was the tongue or the lip, isn't it awful? I can make awful expressions with my face. My favorite is the Mogger. Or my thinking face. Yeah, pretty accurate. I send it. It looks so bad. It's so bad. I rely on you guys taking photos of the awful faces that I do. The toothless dog. I need the face again of like where I stare into the camera. I love that one. It's so good. Was the clip called Battle Cry? Where I made that awful noise? No. Peggy the dog. What was the... Baby Love Shack. Love Shack. Baby Love Shack. Yeah, Shpyke. Clips. Where Battle Cry? What? The double sack has... Like, who did this and why would... This is my most watched clip? What even is this? And why would you do that? Why would you eat the Wildcat coffee? Or the, like, elephant... Of course. Talked about this today as well. Why is this my most viewed clip now? It used to be this one. This one's my second most viewed one. Mention it. Fucker. Double sack. The Guardian Farm is claiming. How are these the highest ones now? Is this where I broke my tooth off? Part of it? No. Fun fact. Oh, this is, yeah. Yeah, that's where I, yeah. There it is. love doing that. That did not come out of my mouth. That did not come out of my mouth. That had to be fake. I love doing that. That can't come out of my mouth. That can't have come out of my mouth. Some aliens must have like beamed a message into my microphone or something. That is not my mouth noise. That is not real. That is not a noise that I somehow could have made. I don't understand it. I love doing that. Oh my god! Stop! Nothing came out. Sent me a couple more, including your favorite. Good. Dude, look how bald I used to be. Like, my hair has regrown so much more at this point. Look at all the, like, open spots in there. Stop! That's crazy. Look at that. Nothing came out. Yeah, this one's my favorite. The stare of just like pure like just like I'm cooked, dude. Are you serious? It's like the stare you pull off when you know you're about to get like absolutely murdered. Your person like the Mogs. It's just how I like. That's how what I do when I think. That's the face I do when I think. All right, let's end it. Let's call it quits. It's over. You expect me to believe that you don't know where the chocolatey dairy dessert went? Oh, let's call it quits for tonight, chat. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. All right. Pack your things, everybody. We're going to slumber for tonight. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for the unbelievable level 8 hype train. Thank you. Thank you so much for almost pushing us to 11 times our sub goal already. And it's the 10th of this month. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the love and support. Thank you for being you. Thank you for doing what you're doing. You don't have to thank me. Your guys the ones doing crazy stuff. So thank you for everything. Thank you for every bit of love and support. Thank you for all the fun stuff. Thank you for the enlarged emote at the end. Thank you for everything. The love, the support, the cherishment. It is not going to dev ears. I remember and I recognize everything very, very dearly. So thank you for the love, the support, and everything from each and every one of you. Much love, and I hope that I have the absolute pleasure to be your host again tomorrow. See you on the flip side. Love you guys. Why is there fish? Oh, from your gifted subs. Why are they even on the ending screen? They should be displayed here.